And welcome everyone to Overwatch Contenders APAC Fall Series. I'm G Club. With me, we have Unknown. Another day of Contenders Unknown here as Fall Series. You continue with day number 2. 4 different teams today, as we already had the winners match yesterday. 3 matches of first to 3 is going to be the drill. How are you doing so far?
I enjoyed yesterday, of course. We had some great Overwatch. Unfortunately, we only had 3 zeros yesterday, but we also have some exciting matches today. We also have 3 matches, same as yesterday. We have some exciting teams coming in. We have some fan favorites, tournament favorites
That's
also
right.
coming in. We also have some new teams coming in as well. So I'm excited, G Clef.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun time as we do have Veril playing today. They did not get to play. The other side of things, the 4 teams that are not playing today was playing yesterday. The same drill as just yesterday. We'll explain once again when we go through the overview. We'll have the 4 teams and then the winners match after that. So no one knocked out just yet in the first 2 days. So very exciting time. So there's still some room for adjustments, getting used to the bigger stage, and also maybe trying a few new things if you're willing to try, if you have that room. But of course, winning comes first.
Of course, like you said, G Clip, this is one of the first tournaments that's being broadcasted for a lot of these teams. Of course, Veril, some teams like Veril, DAF, they're really big teams that have been always a regular in the Contenders series. However, some of these teams have been only in the Open tournament, which has very limited broadcast opportunities. So for some of these teams, this is their testing grounds on the bigger stage, and for some of them, this is some. I could say that this is some testing grounds before the latter stages of the tournament, because right now the meta is wide open. We see a variety of compositions. Like we also saw a lot of the Orisa yesterday. Also, some of the Junker Queen. Some teams opted to go to the Sigma on Midtown. Not just the tanks. We saw a lot of DPSs as well compared to last season, because last season we usually just saw the Sombra Chaser. This season we're seeing a lot more of the hit scans, Sojourn most notably, and also the Soldier 76, Torbjorn, and Genji, and the Bastion as well. So we're seeing a variety of things here. Teams, it seems like on the first day, teams are still working out what kind of sticks for them. We've seen some teams just kind of rotate around compositions on different maps and against different compositions that the opponent uses, and it's really interesting to see what the other side of the bracket has for us right now.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the teams might be trying some different competition, as he has mentioned. Well, we don't really see that Winston Ramatra anymore, which I think we've seen enough of those 2 heroes for some time. So I think it's pretty good that we move on to the other side. We go to the other side of the moon and see what it's all about. And we have no Winstons, no Ramatras at all, and it's just Sigma. Some Sigma, which I like, not too much, only on certain points of the map, and also mostly on for the other heroes that you see from the tank, and a lot more towards the DPS, and some of the heroes that you never really get to see, like Torbjorn. I think it's really interesting times right now that what in the world that we're actually having Torbjorn as a main DPS, and they're actually landing a lot of those kills, not just from the turret, as you can probably see from like Brown Server Gold. If you have Torbjorn against like those any heroes that's flying in the air, the turrets will be doing kills for you.
Usually on your comp matches before this patch, Torbjorn was just a specific counter to the flankers, right? If the enemy tracer is like really harassing your backline and your DP and your in the lower ranks, your mechanics are not enough to just land those headshots on the tracer. You usually go for the Torbjorn, but it's a different world now, G-Clef, because Torbjorn is on the mainstream meta. Even pros play it.
I like it.
Like the buffs, buffs were really positively affecting their pick rate. Right now, it's kind of like a all-rounder pick, because not just the damage, you can also the ult is usually really useful in defensive situations as well. The turret is also, if positioned correctly, can be a very nuisance to the other side as well.
Yeah, you can kind of hide the turret and turn the attention away from the other heroes when you have the turret on the side or the corner on some maps. Here's the schedule. We're on the 2nd day of APAC, Asia Pacific Fall Series. Here we'll have 2 more days, and then 2 weeks after that, we'll go straight into the finals. So 5 big days of all of these 8 teams. No one dropped out in the first 2 teams, but starting from day number 3, we will have teams being knocked out.
Yeah, so no teams going home yet. G Club mentioned this yesterday, so it's easier to understand that these teams have 2 lives each. Some of these teams, especially Six Blow and Invincible, have already used that one of those lives. So one more loss for them on the lower bracket means that they are eliminated from fall series here. But for the other teams that are playing for the first time today, Varel, Fade, DAF, and NGUK, they all have 2 lives remaining, so they still can afford 1 loss, but of course you just want to keep that until the very end.
Yes, a big name is coming up, Varel, aka Team Japan, that we had them not too long ago. Supposed to be the favorite and the best team from Japan out of the 3 Japanese teams we have in the fall series, which is very interesting this time. And map pool slightly different, as we mentioned yesterday, compared to Overwatch League. We never really got to see push yet because it was all 3-0s and 0-3s. And potentially today might be the day that we get to see push or escort if we go to that map number 5. But I'm having a lot of fun, especially on that Flashpoint.
Yeah, Flashpoint is newly introduced to this season in Contenders here. Of course, other regions, Contenders series in other regions already have seen a lot of Flashpoint, but it's really interesting to see how a lot of teams are approaching this map type very differently, because sometimes you just think that it's a extended version of Control, but teams are approaching this map very differently from how they approach Control. So it's really interesting to see how Varel, Fade, DAF, and NGUK will be approaching Flashpoint as well, because we will be guaranteed a Flashpoint on each matchup today. So at least 3 Flashpoints today. And you can see the schedule here for today. We have Varel versus Fade as our first matchup, DAF versus NGUK, and on the 3rd match of the day, we have the winners from match 1 and 2 going against each other. So this is going to be a great day.
It has to be a great day, and as we go into Flashpoint, because we have to play it every single time, we will explain a little more what each team will be focusing on. But this is going to be, I can kind of see big favorites coming from both matches. Of course, Varel, DAF, ex-Kraken Esports. So those 2 names, that comes out really big to me. Fade, yet to be known, but if they actually defeat Varel today, they will put themselves up to the winners if it's possible, as Fade not as well known compared to Varel. And also NGUK was there before the Crabs, but I mean, when they're fighting against the Dragons, when they're fighting against the other animals on the other side during the summer, the crab power was not enough oftentimes.
Remember, we had that seafood duel the last time on the summer series when Kraken was around. Kraken proved that they are actually the more fearsome of the beasts here. But first of all, we have Varel versus Fade as our first matchup.
It is a huge matchup, as first from East and the 4th placement from Southeast Asia Open. So that's going to be how they match up, because you get first place, you're oftentimes going against the lower place from the other side of the Open. As Varel, what can we say? I mean, they were the best team with the Sombra Tracer, but not just the hit scans, their teamwork was awesome. Going back in just a few months ago. Yeah, and even in a different meta, I'm pretty sure they can adjust pretty fine.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun casting Varel, both as Varel and as Team Japan. Like you mentioned, G-Clef, this team is Team Japan. This entire team will be representing Japan in the World Cup, not just in the preliminaries, but they are already qualified for the main event. So this team is not just good in mechanics; they also have very good strategy as well. We've seen that when it was the Winston double flanker meta, and also, like you mentioned, they also have experience playing other metas as well. And this team is not. The scary part about this team is not just that they're already good, but they're improving right now as well. And you can see the starting 5 for Varel here: Nico Kuki and KSG Plankton. KSG will be starting, Cloud and Mihawk. Mihawk will be starting on the support. Mihawk is a hit scan player, so we can infer here that we will be seeing the Illari here.
Illari and also Mihawk. Remember Mihawk going back and forth whenever there was a Widow required. Did play some DPS role back in Summer Series, but going back into support. Illari, I think that's exactly what we're talking about, hit scan. Plus, the the pylon does the healing, so you just leave that up on the side.
Yeah, so
and
the
most
pylon
likely you
is
just go aggressive.
the pylon is the support, and the Illari is the DPS. So they're trying to bend the rules here and play 3 DPS here. But I'm just joking. But Veril, as you can see on, we can definitely see, because Cloud is a very good flex support. He plays the Baptiste, he plays the Ana, he plays the Kiriko very well. So we can probably infer that we will be seeing an Illari Baptiste with a Narisa or something, or a Junker Queen maybe here, and Nico Kuki with the DPS roles. Yeah, Nico, I can't highlight this player enough. He has been insane on the Tracer. I can't wait to see what he can offer on the other picks as well. Because remember, when Veril played in Contenders Summers, there were some times where Nico just single-handedly carried the team.
Yeah, I still remember the Lighthouse from Ilios, where Nico was actually having like 1v3, 1v4 solo when everyone else was dead at the moment, overtime, and he was the one actually winning that duel to keep the team alive on that map. Those were the moments that Nico was able to put on Tracer, which we will not likely to see anymore, but that's how good the player is. But on the other side, we have Fade here, Shake It, HYE, on 10, Kyren, and a whole lot of support line, which is very interesting compared to all the other teams in APAC.
Exactly. I'm assuming that this may be a little bit of a hero pool thing. So maybe if you want to go to double flex support, maybe there will be changes on they'll be pulling some players on the bench. Of course, we don't have as much information about Fade as we do on Veril, but we do. What's interesting to see is that they have won in the open tournament. They have beaten Angelica Esports, who is actually the runner-ups for the Contenders Thailand series. So this team has history of beating bigger teams. They have a history of giant killing. So there is a chance that Fade can actually giant kill today.
Yeah, at a continental level, maybe they have to challenge into Veril, but still, it does seem like from Thailand, they're one of the best teams so far. As we do have Chun-Li, which is actually a name who is very familiar, not starting on the team, but depending on the map, I'm pretty sure they will change up the support and also the DPS line. That's a open opportunity for them because they have such a big roster.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just a little bit of more elaboration on this roster right now. The entire roster is consisted of Thailand players. Chun-Li was formerly Brainlets in Summer Series, so maybe a familiar name for fans who have been following this region right now. But most of the players it's their first time on their contender stage. Some of the nerves might hit in, but I am sure that this roster is full of talent.
Yes, and they have to be facing one of the biggest opponents to start off. It's going to be Veril, so let's see how they can actually handle the pressure. Sometimes when you come up on the bigger stage, at least for the first day or the first few maps, sometimes you can be shaking. Of course, we don't have the players right next to us, so we don't exactly know what they're feeling like. Some players don't. Some players actually do have those type of pressure, and more likely than not, especially in a bigger stage.
I assume that they will be kind of like feeling the nerves right now because, of course, you do have another opportunity even if you lose today. But Veril's going against Veril, who's not just like a big team that has a big name value. They are also one of the most fan favorites. They have a lot of fans in Japan, and if you sometimes you just can't resist looking at the communities or something like that, or Reddit or something or some sort, and then you see that Veril's gonna win. We think Veril's gonna win, and even us, we kind of mentioned that Veril's a very strong team. So the pressure is definitely there, but I think it will be all that more. I guess it will feel all that better if they actually manage to pull it in
sometimes those pressure, if at a better level, let's say if you take that pressure and turn that into your drive to play better, to actually win the match against a big name, that can be one of the best. Sometimes that turns you into one of the best players in the league. But if you don't have that as a team, sometimes you just fall down and become super passive, and you just lose that drive to actually go aggressive. Sometimes, especially in Overwatch, you do need to have that flow as a team to actually just dive in together as a team, to listen to your shot call, and then make that type of play. But once you keep on getting beaten down in all the maps, you just lose your momentum and says, maybe I can't do this. The moment you kind of have that thought in your brain, you just can't pull out your 100%. So that's sometimes what you need as a team. And against Feral, you said it. I've said it before. It's going to be a very big uphill battle for Fade. But if they can actually get like maps off of Feral, that will be like a pretty big achievement for Fade, I think.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Also, I do think that Fade does have a chance in this meta a little bit because we've seen even yesterday that a lot of the team fights are very chaotic, and as I think what Fade needs to do is that realistically, I don't think that in an organized team fight that they will be able to beat Feral, but not just because of the I'm not saying that Fade is mechanically inferior to Feral, but Feral has a lot of experience. They have been playing together as a single team for a while, and also on the big. Not the biggest stages, if you even count the World Cup and faced against the best teams, because Team Japan, they've went against Team Korea as well, and they've also played against a lot of bigger teams. So I think they need to drag Varel down to their level, if for lack of a better word, because if So they need to do what they need to do is that they need to start the fights and make it so chaotic that Varel's kind of like feeling, hey, this is not what we've been planning, and they have to like rip apart their pre-match notes or something.
So I would like to see some cheese strategy, some unique strategy coming out from Fade, like we've seen from Midtown Junkrat play yesterday that we have seen before. Nothing like too wild that it's going to break the entire team. Like one or two players with agreement with the teammate. That has to come first. Like, can I play this? Are you guys okay? Can I try this? Okay.
They have to throw Varel out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, they really have to do. They really have to do so. So don't exactly know how they will be able to, because sometimes if you keep on losing the neutral fights, you end up just going for the easy shot call, because I've been a shot caller in many different esports, and the shot call usually just comes down. Shot caller notice this first, and then if you keep on losing the neutral fights, and you just go like, okay, I guess we just gather ultimates. That's like the easiest shot call you can build up, but it takes a while, and you lose up to almost to sometimes like the 70%. Once it comes, and if you lose the neutral fight like twice, really big.
And also, if you lose the neutral fight, the opponent will be having ultimates faster than you, and
yes, they do.
With the experience of Varel, it will be very difficult to kind of overcome that disadvantage, because Varel is a team that knows that they have the ultimates and you don't. So yeah, once again, I think this if Fade wants to win today, they have to make a very chaotic kind of skirmish full fights, and I think it's pretty possible. And it's definitely interesting to see. Maybe I might anticipate a little bit of the Wrecking Ball, because we've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball play from Overwatch, the Overwatch League, where I guess teams that have a lower power level tries to kind of harass the bigger teams, and it actually worked quite efficiently.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball. There are times where you can actually have the Wrecking Ball and actually have that in place right in the middle. Make sure it's not... It's just running around a little bit, but the call that I just had, it seems like we need some more time before we actually get into our first game and first match. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have that match right for you. And welcome back, everyone. Sorry about the delay here before we actually get anything started. We haven't even revealed the map for map number 1, actually. So
am I allowed to spoil that?
no, we are not. As I would love to travel onto some of these maps in real life. And
Well,
there are some real life
one of them
places.
is actually doable.
Like Midtown is
like
also
today.
doable.
Midtown is also. I've been to Midtown.
You've been to Midtown?
Yeah, of course. I've been to Grand Central.
Oh, you've been to the Futureland.
Ah.
Okay, how's it like in the Futureland?
I mean, the New York Excelsior last year wasn't that great on Midtown, so I was like,
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm glad to see that they're actually really better at Midtown this year. I mean, of course, their season has been concluded, unfortunately, but however, we've seen a lot of improvements on the New York Excelsior on Midtown this year, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and they actually still have pizza in future too.
Oh, okay.
Same
but
pepperoni
they have
pizza.
pigeons on.
They also have pigeons, not digital pigeons. It's
Hey, at least
actually
they don't
real
have
life.
rats on Midtown.
I don't think we actually go that. Maybe it was
we have a junkrat instead of a rat, so I'll
yes,
take that.
That's enough. We have enough traps, and we do have some issue from on Nico's side. So we do have the starting lineup change for Barrel, as we will have Mihawk moving in from support into the DPS, which is totally fine because Mihawk is a flex between the 2 roles, and of course, as Mint is going to be starting as a support now. That'll be the big change that Barrel is going to have before we even start map number 1.
Yeah, so this is unfortunately, maybe Varel has to have a change of strategy here. Unfortunately, Nico is experiencing some connection issues, so unable to play at least the first map. This means that Mihawk will be going on to the DPS role. Mihawk usually plays the hit scan when playing on the DPS, so it looks like, and Mint is a traditional main support, so it looks like it's going to be a main support and a flex support, just like a traditional support composition, unless there are some cases where the main support plays the Baptiste and the flex support plays the Ilari. So maybe if they don't want to drastically change their prepared composition, it might actually still be the Ilari Baptiste.
Yeah, it might just be slightly more Lari and Hitscan, because Mint, I believe, was the more of a Lucio player on the roster. So it depends on the map if they actually go all the way. As we go into Busan first, as I've just been to Busan a couple weeks ago.
Oh, really? Wow.
And I'll be visiting again in 2 weeks.
Oh, man.
Very happy.
I'm so jealous of you. Well, Busan, just a bit, I mean, you know, tourism aside, Busan is a map that has been predetermined by Comp Ops as the first map, and after that, the loser of each of the previous map will be selecting the next map. Busan is a little bit interesting. We saw predominantly a lot of the Junker Queen and the Orisa on this map. We will be starting at Mecha Base, so I assume that like a Brawl-y Orisa type kind of composition will be the preference of choice, but it looks like Varel is going with the Junker Queen composition.
I think it depends. I think it really depends, because sometimes we do have teams going for the Jungle Queen and pushing from the sides, going straight down to the stairs to the control, not really jumping down immediately with Orisa. So I think it depends on the team and the tank player's preference. It does seem like KSG is actually going to start with Jungle Queen.
Yep, and we see the Torbjorn and the not the Symmetra, the Genji here, so it is going to be I mean, I wouldn't say traditional, but it's still a standard Junker Queen composition, and also going against Barrel here, we're going to be seeing an Orisa composition. I've mentioned this before, but on a traditional matchup like this, Orisa usually has the upper hand, but not if they get, not if the Junker Queen comp gets first pick like this.
Oh yes, Baptiste going down immediately. That's not going to help with the sustain, as Sojourn does deal with his scan. Not really achieving much so far, as Kyuki just slashing, looking for those chances to grab a kill by his own. Orisa isolated alone, no other cover. Some cover coming in, but yeah, not going to be enough.
Yeah, Karen being isolated there on the point. Fade was forced to have Orisa on the point because unless there was nobody else to contest the point there, and in the end, although the Orisa has very good, has very high survivability. Just like it's not enough to survive the focus fire of 5 members on the side of Barrel.
Soldier and both of them taken out. Kiriko went in for the save, but not going to be saved right now for Fade. After that, losing 2, has to regroup all the way back.
Varel is looking for the staggers here. Fade is actually on the side, near the spawn of Varel, and
I think it's because they also had the sound barrier coming up real soon, just in case they needed one. Not even going to be tried, as actually going into the room.
Okay, Varel is trying to spawn camp Fade here, and using the Kitsune very preemptively to just zone out Fade. Although it didn't lead to a bunch of kills, it was still enough to push Fade back into their own spawn. And now it's time for Fade to use their own ultimates, but still Kuki gets 2 kills. Shaker does get a trade, but low health bars all around on the side of Fade, and it is going to be reset once again at 70%. This might be last fight territory already for the side of Fade.
Yeah, only ult available is from the Jungle Queen Rampage, but Fade, can they actually bring this up on their own? Orisa and the window available for this final fight. Molten Core 75%, so they can kind of try, but the percentage will be very tight.
Hajime has to keep his Suzu because the Rampage is gonna be there! Oh, 4-man Rampage! The Suzu wasn't there to cleanse, and yes, the lamp is saving everyone, but not everyone! Okay, everyone dies actually. It was not enough, and there it goes, Mecha Base on the side of Varel.
The Rampage was just way too much. We knew that it was coming. Fade knew that it was coming. Varel, of course, knew because they were the one pressing the button, but even knowing that, you just can't dodge it. Even if you go to the side, you are going to be caught with the rotation because Varel, they're already in a better position. So it was just no right solution. I mean, the Immortality Field, I guess that was one of the best reactions to which you can have, but still that was just not enough with that low of an HP for the entire team. Oh man, Fade.
I guess the only solution was for Hajime to keep his Suzu and then waiting for the Rampage, and after that cleansing everyone with the single Suzu, but that didn't happen, and after that the lamp did delay the deaths of several teammates, but it was not enough for that last fight to go in the way of Varel. We're seeing a slightly different composition on downtown here. We are seeing the Wrecking Ball on the side of Varel here, which is very surprising because on a regular matchup like a Orisa or a Jungle Queen, Varel would probably think that they have the upper hand here, but it's Varel who's shaking things up with the Wrecking Ball.
And HYE, and also Kyren on the Sigma. And back and forth, there are fights going on everywhere right now. We're seeing Genji right now on the point. But some of the supports cut off on the back.
Point contested. However, the sustain is there for the side of Fade. So KSG... Oh, actually, okay. I thought KSG would have fallen first, but KSG actually manages to take down MSCG first. And the follow-up kills make sure that... Wait, they're not taking the point. Okay,
yeah,
now they're taking the point. Okay, thank you, Varel.
They're fighting all over the place. Okay, someone has to go grab it first.
I was about to say, so I thought at first KSG was wasn't a little bit too far forward, but then after the kill on MSCG, now that the first fight is on the side of Varel and they can take the point, and it took them a while to take the point, but here they are. They're pressing the trigger first, and HYE falls on the side by the mines of
from the minefield, as that does a lot of damage. It's kind of similar to how you can zone out the opponent. Still, they're all keeping a lot of Fade members at bay. Going to lose their tank in the front. Was not really covered because the supports were busy taking care of the other side. Yeah, Q-Lao does go down, but a lot more members. Again, Kyugi picking a kill here with the headshot. And KSG never died in this game so far, I think.
Nah, well, Cloud did fall to shake it, so there's at least one death there, but I agree that Varel, it's not looking like a fair fight. I did mention earlier in the game that Fade needs to make a lot of chaos so that Varel cannot have an organized team fight. However, it does not mean that
Visor.
Fade should be disorganized. And it looks like Fade is a little bit disorganized here.
Yeah, but Mihawk is still alive along with KSG. And with both supports down, do they have enough sustain to the point? Fade. Oh, that's a nice
that's
shot
also
from Mihawk.
another stagger here. This means that at 82%, this is already their final fight. And HYE down, so it has to be desperation touch here. If Kyron dies here, there is no hope for Fade.
Some more bounces off to hit Genji, but missing a lot of those shots as Mint is still keeping all the sustain from the back.
The
Kuki,
Kitsuna rush is there, but there's no follow-up damage to make the kills here. Yes, Kuki falls, but Varel has more than enough members. HYE has the Dragon Blade. Can that be of any value?
more slashes, but still 6 HP.
Oh no!
And just not enough. KSG actually picked up a lot of kills in the second map as a wrecking ball, not just from the mines.
Yeah.
All those drives.
So I think Fade was unable to cope with how Wrecking Ball kind of harassed their positioning and all that. So it looked like, yes, Fade should have been doing a lot of chaotic fights. However, they should have made those chaotic fights not like kind of like being I guess not being opened by Varel like that. So in the end, Fade looked like they were a lot of in a disarray, and I think in that sense, Varel's Wrecking Ball pick kind of caught them off guard.
And in the middle, I've seen at least 3 headshot kills from Kiriko. Q Loud just in the middle. I see some kill feed on the right saying, okay, that's a headshot. 1, 2, 3. And then those were actually pretty big. In the meantime, Genji was picking a lot of kill along with KSG. And it seems like to me, Fade, Kyren, first of all, having a lot of trouble, oftentimes being isolated. It's like, guys, let's go all together. And then there's a Wrecking Ball pushing the others around the back and saying, hey guys,
You're not allowed to help your tank.
I thought you were right next to me, and then you turn around. There's no one else next to you. That's oftentimes what happens to the tank. And that's gonna be Busan for you guys. But we'll take a short break once again, and then when we come back, we'll have that map number 2 hybrid. Welcome back, everyone, to APAC Fall Series. So far, Vero is destroying Fade with 1-0 score. It was a 2-0 flat defeat. And can Fade really come back in hybrid, whichever map they choose to do so? We've seen some Midtown yesterday.
We saw a lot of Midtown yesterday.
Yeah, it was basically all Midtown, I think. No Kings Row.
I think so.
Yeah, no Blitzer World.
Yeah, so it was all Midtown, I believe. Yeah, so like you said, G-Cliff, it was a very impressive performance for Vero, and they just proved to us why they are considered not just the match favorites, but also the tournament favorites for this season here. We've seen a lot of individual plays. It was a little bit of more of individual performances here because it wasn't, there weren't, I guess, many team fights, and except for the first fights on each control round. I think for Fade, it's just that, hey, we just forget about this because a lot of the times control maps is all about more about individual play and a little bit of skirmishes rather than team tactics or something like that. So once the payload is involved, it gets a little bit better. So mechanics don't count as much. So just if you're a Fade, you can just say, hey, yeah, so Vero is slightly in a higher power level than we are. We knew this coming into this matchup, so we are going to just try to outsmart them, and King's Row is going to be your second map.
Yeah, we did see Vero sniping onto the back line of Fade as Ajima and MSCG both actually getting sniped oftentimes or isolated off of the tank where they were lost in position. So I would like to see Fade just staying together slightly more, a little uptight, and even before they actually start the push. And finally, we're having the first King's Row of the tournament. Love this map all the time.
It's a classic. It has been there since the start of Overwatch, so very interesting to see. We are seeing that Vero are attacking first and Fade is defending. And, ooh, it's interesting to see the Sigma for the side of defense here. You don't see a lot of Sigma on the defense on King's Row that often.
Maybe Fade is considering to fight near the small room off of the control side. Not really staying in that big open area. I think that the team comp is trying to keep... the other supports should keep Ashe on top. Which I do like, as Vero, they do have Widow. No one should be seen.
Fade has a lot of poke. So you have the Ashe, you have the Sigma, you also have the Lari and the Baptiste here. So a lot of potential poke damage on the side of Fade. They probably want to chunk out a lot of those HP bars before Vero can approach the point and also just deny access. But Vero is already in the face of Fade here, and that is Karen gone. So without the tank, this might be an easy cap for point A for the side of Vero here.
I think Fade has a different idea, as this mode is certainly hybrid, right? Not hide and seek. As I've seen the position from Fade where they were all spread out, not really being together. They were, I mean, they were hiding from a Widow, but still they have to be in somewhat of a position where you can help each other.
Well, I mean, I'm not against Fade being spread out because they're a poking comp, right? But that means that they have to chunk out, they have to pose a threat to the KSG Orisa, which is now the Winston, by the way. But right now, if you remember how Vero just capped point A, Orisa was just in the face of Karen and at full HP, so no poke damage done at all to the side of Vero there. So that was, I think, a mistake on the side of Fade here. And with the Winston is not usually used on this meta, except for the Hangzhou Spark, who has arguably one of the best Winstons in the entire world. So Vero, this is a sign of confidence here by picking the Winston.
Yeah, KSG is also known for his Winston play, especially during the summer series. Had one of the best balanced plays with that Winston, and Kyuki not even contested, just off to the side, was not marked by anyone from Fade, and this will be just free push for days. The payload is not even close to this point. It's only halfway. It should be onto the second corner now.
Oh, that was a good shot from Mihawk.
Widow.
I mean, Kings Row is a good map to play the Widow on because even despite the nerfs, you still have enough room and the distance is okay for a single headshot kill.
But usually you don't play this far into the map, right? Only if you have the confidence?
Well, I think this is also a sign of confidence as well. Yes, some players do play the Widow in this stage of the map. Also, they also play on point C as well. However, like you said, G-Cliff, this is a sign of confidence because
Another kill!
Because you do not see this composition, and especially in this meta right now. Like, yes, like I said, the Hangzhou Spark plays the Winston, but with the Widow and the Echo?
Yeah, 2 meters contested. At least D.Va is doing a better job. Out of the mech now. Yep, that's kind of gone. Pretty easily, and no one to contest along with that tank when the D.Va's gone.
Finally, Shaken answers with a kill on Cloud, but...
Immediately responded back by Kyuki.
Exactly,
Echo has been holding that ult for a long time now.
This is a record-setting pace for the attack on Kings Row because we all know that Kings Row is not an easy map to full cap, and it looks like it's not going to be the case, at least for this map, on this matchup right now, because Vero has no intention of stopping here.
Great sleep dart there.
Great sleep dart on KSG, denying the Nano, and the Nano on Kyron as well, but can they make any progress with the... Yes, KSG falls, so this is going to be a little bit of stabilizing on the side of Fade here. Finally, for the first time in this map, Vero gets their progress stopped, and they have to reset.
Self-destruct, not landing on anyone, but that was an Echo, so it's all good for Vero. Still keeping up the push. I do believe Vero actually is the team that's holding one of the record times in Gibraltar from Summer Series, about 5 minutes in.
Oh, that was a good
the
shot.
Hanzo arrow beats the sniper.
This is what Fade needs. They need more of this.
Along with that, no Widow means that you have a lot more room to push, especially in the air.
Cloud still going with the aggression there. The captive Sun. D.Va has to refill.
KSG just primal rage all the way and safe coming back to the payload.
This may be starting signs of overconfidence from the side of Vero because they just used 2 ultimates without any value here. Yes, HYE used Dragon Blade as an answer. That did take a kill, so that may be staggering a little bit.
Still, payload actually going a little too close to the final point. Okay, being contested now.
Vero wants to commit here. They use the Nano. They use the duplicate. So it.
Oh, that Genji pretty swift. That actually took a long time to grab the kill. Shake it coming back with the response.
Vero is being a little sloppy here. Like I said, some signs of overconfidence as KSG goes to the Doomfist. Well, the Doomfist pick itself is not a bad pick. However, Vero is just throwing out ults, thinking that they can finish the full cap the map. However, Fade is clinging on to their last breaths of life here, and they're succeeding.
Oh, someone has to come to the point.
No! I cursed them! They were... Yes, Feral were literally just throwing ultimates away, and Fade was surviving. However, they neglected the point, and...
Full cap, 3 points. Yeah, after
Feral
the
full capped!
After the recall, a few members from Fade actually, they tried coming in, but I saw lots of kill feed. When you try to come in for the contest, it's very easy to read the movement from the opponent's side. And I think that's exactly what happened. 2 minutes and 10.
My brain is stunned right now. I just got...
Yeah, that was the moment where you saw that meter ticking down to 0 and said, wait, no one coming in? Well, we just saw like 3 more kills at that moment.
I'm donezo. I'm mental boom. No, but I'm just joking. But Yeah, it's definitely, I think Fade could have taken a little second more time off the time bank, because if you think about it, they had more than Vero had more than 4 minutes, and they did successfully kind of have it, which is credit to them. But also, it's 2 minutes and 10 seconds is a sizable time bank, considering that it's King's Row and it's even hard to just full cap the map. And Fade has a lot of work to do if they want to match that time bank.
Yeah, they do need to go all the way and get that 3 point. Let's see how they started here. Hanzo, Genji, Symmetra. Just for now, Sigma will be the tank choice.
So the Symmetra means that they want to get high ground access through the
That's
TP.
just going back to Genji.
Oh,
Immediately after.
maybe they were just wanted to get their Hanzo or supports on high ground and then just change back to the Genji. I personally think that just using the Symmetra for getting the entire team to the high ground would have been a little bit of a better choice right now, because clearly right now Fade looks like in a normal, I guess, quote-unquote normal composition, it's really difficult to beat Vero on their own turf.
Yeah, so Keshi actually climbing the stairs behind the back of the DPS and doing work himself, and says, okay, no one actually, I don't want to fight another Sigma because it's not fun. So, okay, I'm just gonna go, guys. You're still contesting on the stairs, right?
Oh, nice shot from
Shake
Shake It. Shake It has been the bright spot for Fade for the last few fights here, because remember, Shake It was the one that also took out Cloud earlier in the attack, and it looks like Fade has to play around Shake It at the current moment.
Mihawk strikes back. Genji taken down, so this point is not get a single take yet. But somewhat better positioning coming down from Fade. As I say that, Mihawk strikes again.
The Gravitic Flux was not enough to finish Kyron, but the follow-up damage was, and Vero flush out the second floor. So it is going to be a total reset for the side of Fade, and another stagger kill. This is what I noticed what Vero's doing really well, is that they're making a lot of good staggers, not just in this map, but also in Control and Busan as well. They are making these staggers so that it's taking longer for Fade to reset, and once a few of those happen, then before you know it, Fade already has less than 2 minutes on the time bank.
Yeah, been changing back into Winston Anna. Shake It is doing a fine job landing those great headshots, but the follow-up is not really that powerful. There's a Dragon Strike early on to get the zoning out, but there's no one on the point yet. 130 remains.
Oh, HYE's not having a good time today right now. The Dragon Blade is not even online, and just as a comparison, KSG used Gravitic Flux and is approaching his second one, while we still are yet to hear about a Dragon Blade in this matchup. So this just proves how much HYE is struggling today.
Yeah, so far, not too much, as Hanzo changed back into Echo to match that air damage, as Echo from Kyuki was really uncontested this entire first point.
Yes, key ultimates is coming from the side of Fade, but Vero has 4 ultimates here, and Kyron is down. HYE is down, so they don't even need to use all their ultimates. So this is really bad news for Fade here, because Vero just won the fight with 1 ultimate, and they have 3 more in the bank. So even though if they are using the Nano Blade, that's probably going to be their only chance of winning. They still have, Vero has 3 ultimates to counter that.
And 23 seconds. Fade, they do need to come up clutch to win the fight and grab the entire point. Here it is, and Nano Genji!
Good kill on Mihawk, that's our first. That end this, HYE might be actually able to do it. 2 kills. And the Bob denied because Mihawk was holding it. The Captive Sun takes out Shake It. Genji's
still alive, but then Kyuki has another flame from the Echo. Okay, Kyron, because it's so quick from the respawn, The Winston is back, and there's a Primal Rage.
But it's overtime now, and that means longer spawn times on the side of Fate. Can there
The
be
entire
anyone
team
to
of Beryl
touch?
is already here on the
No,
point.
and that is going to be the end of King's Row. 2-0 match point for Beryl.
And Bob on the side is just chilling.
Yeah, Bob was denied by the Nanoblade on HYE, so Bob was late to the
man.
party, but I mean, he's there, so HYE was having a hard time, and he had the blade of the map. This was his time to shine, and he actually did a pretty good job taking out key members. I remember he took out the Ash with the Bob, and also not just the Immortality field, and also he took out the Baptiste as well. So actually, job well done by the side of HYE, but I think it was a little bit too late because the other members of Fade was just falling down.
Oh yes, that was exactly the thing. We were seeing the kill feed, kills being picked up by Genji at the same time. We're seeing kill traded on the other side, and then what we're seeing on the screen. It looks really good, but after those kills, they were actually. Beryl was actually getting more kills off the screen.
So I think what the problem is, I think you just kind of mentioned this problem really, really accurately in the pre-match, because what Fate is doing right now is that they're getting picked so much in the neutral fight that it's taking them forever to get an ultimate, to get their ultimates lined up. And by the time they have their ultimates, Beryl has enough ultimates for them to just to kind of allocate just one or two to defend, and they can just snowball that ult economy.
So I do think the Ana switch was pretty intelligent, but I think at this level it has to be a little faster. After a single fight or trying it twice, okay, this is not enough. Genji Blade can be coming online, but we need an Ana on top. Plus, Winston, I think, was also a pretty good swap on top of Genji. Maybe you can those two can actually dive and get a few more kills, which was not really happening. But I could follow the idea from Fade. I do like those switches, but if it came a little earlier, I think it could have been even better on that King's Row. But that's going to be a 3-0 win on King's Row for Beryl, making it into a 2-0 map score. Can they finish this series with a 3-0, or can Fade actually come back? Because next up will be Flashpoint. See you guys real soon. More from Fall Series. and welcome back everyone to APAC Fall Series. We are having Vero versus Fade. It is 2-0 up for Vero. As we expected, Vero seems to be the very clear favorite of this matchup so far. But as we go into Flashpoint, we always say you never know what happens. What might happen here. But Vero, it seems like they're actually taking today as somewhat of a more of a trial and experiment because we do see some wrecking balls and a lot of individual plays actually happening against Fade, but still, they're coming up with a win.
Yeah, I think that it's a lot. I thought it would
Good
be at
words
least a
only,
little
okay.
bit. I thought it would be at least a little bit close, but unfortunately, Busan and Kings Row was not. We're going to Suravasa. Hopefully, Fade finds an answer to Vero right now because as it currently stands right now, Fade is getting picked out in the neutral fight, so it's taking them a while to get the ultimates online, and by the time their ultimates are online, Vero, they just have all the tools to just counter them or just do even better. So Suravasa, this map, also in the case of New Junk City, it requires a lot of mobility and a lot of maneuvering. So hopefully Fade can find that chaotic fight that we've been talking about so much.
Yes, in terms of chaotic, I think I don't think Genji might be having that much power on this map. Too much for Fade. Might have to come up with a unique solution, as some more mobility seems to be the key. Double hit scan can certainly work if you are moving in together. Let's see what it comes down to.
Okay, we are seeing a Junker Queen composition from the side of Fade and a Orisa composition from Vero. Like I said, this is in this matchup, I believe that in terms of sheer power and combat power, I think that the Orisa composition has the upper hand. But if you look at the other components of this composition, the Junker Queen composition has a lot more speed, a lot more mobility, so they have to use this to great effect. Fade has to use this more mobility to their advantage if they want a chance to win.
So instead, Vero actually just had a quick teleport in. Here's KC on Larissa. This frontline battle has been a lot more win towards Vero for sure.
So this time, Vero is the composition that has the poke here. So they want to do as much damage to the health bars of Fade before Fade can be in distance, in their distance. This is what should happen. Yeah. So Mihawk taking out Kyron, taking out MSCG, basically everyone on the side of Fade. This is what a poking comp wants to do, and they're executing to perfection here.
Helix Rocket does not land this time, as that was pretty wide all the way in. Vero still. That's the thing, Orisa, when you have it in front, KSG, you could see the health bar just getting healed back up again and again by Q-Loud and Mint on the back. But Fade, Kyren has been dropping a lot within the 3 maps that we had so far, so maybe they need to think about their care slightly more from the support line for Fade's team.
Yeah, so, KSG falling very low, but however, managed to survive. Oh, not anymore. However, I think KSG bought enough time for other members of Vero to take down 2 members of Fade, so I think Fade has to reset again. Kyron down means that they absolutely do, and this is nothing more than a stagger at this point, and looking at the percentage right now, progress on the point right now, it looks like they have to, Fade has to concede point A, because remember, on Flashpoint, the point ticks a lot faster than on Control.
Oh yes, it certainly does. As you can see, that number going up really high.
And I don't think Fade wants to contest at all. They are looking
I thought Fade might come in contest. Maybe not enough time, because the advantage is certainly there for Vero. They did not end up using too many ultimates at all. So at least getting one out seems very crucial, but here it is in the middle of the road.
What a clever play by Vero here. They knew that it was going to be a very close run to the ruins here, so they're just fighting before anyone gets to the point. Sound Barrier keeps members of Fade alive, however. Oh, okay. Cloud falls by the hands of Karen. That is a start. So Vero gets punished for their earlier aggression here. And this time, Fade, for the first time, I think, on this match, have won a team fight against Feral.
Yeah. A 5v5 team fight straight on won by Fade with just a sound barrier. And actually a few used on Barrel's side a while ago.
Yeah, so both support ults and the Terror Surge used on Veral, so it was an expensive fight for Veral as well. But however, Veral did not win this fight, so Fade is actually in a position where they can actually snowball with the ult economy here because they have the Blizzard, they have the Rampage, they have the window. That's the multi-core. The good multi-core takes care of Kyron.
And the field does keep field the members back up, but still KSG pushing the front line.
Blizzard there takes down KSG.
Nice
So good response for Fade. Finally, Fade has woken up and is winning fights against Feral. This is the Fade that we have been waiting for.
Hey, I like this Mei already. Hey, hold on, Mihawk. The rocket. Let's want another kill. After, on the other side. So as we thought it was going for a Fade.
We still have the
okay, the Mei actually survived. Oh, actually, it doesn't end up going down regardless, but bought enough time.
I still think that this is okay because if you look at the struggle right now, Cloud also used the Captive Sun just to finish out the Mei and the Junker Queen. So yes, Fade did give up the point, give up a point per, cap, the flip, but at the same time they forced Feral into using resources, and this is a start. This is a good sign of Fade that they are actually playing to their plans now.
And much better rotation. Of course,
this was not in their plans.
A little too much in the rotation. I was about to say they're taking a little too much time in the rotation. They're moving together at least, which I liked. That part I did like. But the time it took for them to actually make the bigger rotation. Yes, Feral, it's not like they're not totally spotted. The Feral's going to know which direction they're coming from. So that was going to be rough, and we're going all the way to the right bottom now.
It looks like Veral is closer to Gardens right now, so Veral will be having the positional advantage. Fade will once again be having to break open the defenses of Veral, which is not an easy task, as we've seen Veral being so great on positioning today.
Yeah, still 8 seconds, and Fade, I think they rotated well enough that they were not caught this time. But do they have the advantage? I do like the positioning, not bad. But Veral actually keeping the side angle. KSG coming in from the harass. Yuki already in position with the Jungle Key now.
Okay, 2 ultimates used and Fade. Okay, so I think what's really concerning about Fade right now is that, yes, they probably knew that Veral had more ults than them, and the best scenario for Fade would have been that, yes, they lose the fight, but they bait out a lot of the ultimates. They managed to force Feral into using 2 ultimates, which is the duplicate and the window, but Fade used 2 ultimates of their own as well, so it's not necessarily it's not necessarily something that they're happy with. So KSG uses the Terra Surge and a good response from Hajima, but with the sound barrier. But now this is where Fade kind of is paying the cost, because if Fade had the ultimates that they used in the losing fight last fight, they would have actually had an advantage here. Yes, the flip comes over. However, Veral is in a prime position to take that back because they have the Captive Sun, they have the Visor.
Yes, the ult economy, of course, certainly much better for Veral. But in that fight, Shake It actually drew a lot of attention away with that power slide. Nicely done. I do like some of the play coming out, not just on this map. Especially for Shake It, who did play Hanzo before. Also doing a pretty good job on hit scan.
Byron has that Rampage. 3 members. Oh,
yeah, a few more
double kill from the Captive Sun, and that, I think, is going to be it. Kyron did have the Rampage, but was not in a position to use it. And with 90%, I think Fade would be struggling to just touch.
Yeah. No one in the sight. Soldier 76 had the visor up, but it's just not possible. And I think it was also further away from Fade's side. for that third
Yeah,
points.
the respawn was not in Fade's favor, so more of all the more reason to kind of like be disappointed with the previous fight that happened there, because remember, once it's the ult economy is actually a very simple thing. If your opponent has more ultimates than you, then you accept the fact that you would probably be losing that fight. So you want to bait out the ultimates, you want to bait out their resources while not using yours, because that's the only way of breaking that snowball. But in a losing fight, Fade just decided to match the number of ultimates on their own, and because they use the same number of ultimates, Veryl will always be having more ultimates than them, and they never recovered from that deficit.
Yes, as we do have clear winner with a 3-0, and it's going to be Veryl tonight against Fade, as no upsets did happen, but Fade did show some promising signs going into later stage of the tournament, as they were up against the biggest mountain in their first match. So maybe in the lower bracket, they can have better chances climbing up against other teams. But against Veryl tonight was certainly not at the same level, as we could see from Busan, King's Row, and also Suravasa. As a Fade, I think the best sign of light that we get to see was actually Flashpoint.
Yeah,
they moved in together, but in terms of speed, it was still slightly slower compared to Veryl, because of course I think the experience really comes in handy. If you're losing, you lost 2 maps, a 3-0, 2-0 score. Coming to Flashpoint, you shouldn't be feeling 100% confident, first of all. But still, with the fact, I think Fade still had a pretty good shot call in the middle, switching between first point and the second point and the third point. There were some moments where HYE and also Shake It actually showing signs of really good DPS.
Yeah, we could definitely see glimpses of a lot of talent here, especially on, I want to highlight Shake It here, especially on King's Row as well. Suravasa too. Suravasa, like you said, G-Clef, it was the map where Fade looked like, kind of proved how they got up to Contenders, and I think a lot of nerves were involved, so maybe that this wasn't today, what they showed today wasn't 100% what Fade was able to do. Again, they probably would learn from this experience, and hopefully the lower bracket run will be enough for them to prove to us why they deserve to be here. But for today, the player of the match is going to be no other than KSG.
KSG, Wrecking Ball, Winston, you name it. Whichever hero, Sigma. This guy can play anything. As we mentioned many times during the summer series, one of the things that keeps in between, I think he's like right in the middle. You can be slightly too aggressive, slightly too defensive. But this player, it seems like he's just a 50-50. He's right in between, can switch back and forth depending on the positioning of the player. Quickly showing why this guy is the main tank of the team.
Yeah, so it's really pleasing to see how KSG has kind of evolved in some way, because KSG is usually considered a main tank player, so the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, the Orisa, and Veryl also has a very talented off tank, and by the name of Plankton, who plays the Sigma, the D.Va, and the Zarya, and also a lot of other off tanks as well. However, KSG has proven that he is not just proficient on the traditional main tank heroes, but also the off tank heroes as well. So this is going to make Veryl's opponents a lot more headache. Give the opponents of Veryl a lot more headaches, because you don't know, even if KSG plays, you don't know what he's gonna play.
Yeah, it's going to be the tough thing when you have to fight against this team called Veryl right after, because the winners match is actually happening right after the second match of tonight. We have 3 matches, so Veryl is going to wait in that winners match position, waiting for either DAF or NGUK to be up there. As you do see Fade all the way down, they will be playing in that losers match in the lower bracket. Whoever loses in our second match will be going all the way down there.
Yeah, Veryl, again, is confirming our predictions on being pre-tournament favorites. I also believe that whoever advances from the DAF and GUK match, Veryl should be in a pretty good position to win against them. although not in like this fashion against Fade. However, they still look like they're going to be favorites and going against Heaven Sent. It's going to. I will be very surprised if the results are otherwise, but it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, so far, lots of 3-0s happening. So actually, only 3-0s. 4 in a row.
I haven't
first
seen
few.
a single push map this season.
That's a little sad. But you never know, because our next match might actually bring us to that map number 4 or 5, because the two teams that are playing is DAF and NGUK. They're coming out right after the break. So guys, stay hydrated. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Overwatch Contenders APAC Fall Series Day number 2. And we're heading into match number 2. The first one was a pretty big stomp, I have to be honest, Unknown. And another 3-0. This cannot be happening all the time. But because, of course, the higher seed is going against the lower seed, that's how it's positioned from the open. That's exactly why we have the open before the Contenders. First place goes against fourth, and then second place versus third, which is actually going to be the match that we're going to be having here. DAF versus NGUK. We could kind of see the favorite on this one too. I have to be honest again. But NGUK, there were some shining moments from the summer, and it's been a couple of months since that time, and we're in a different meta. So I'm having high hopes for NGUK this time.
Yeah, so although the team names are different, this is basically a rematch between Kraken ESC and NGUK, this time in the form of DAF Esport. Of course, we'll be seeing the roster a little bit later, but DAF Esport is basically, they have almost the entirety of the Thailand Overwatch World Cup members here, and NGUK, they have the former members. They retained their former members from summer season, and they added some additional members to the roster. So this is a clash between two big rosters here. As you can see there, this is a big roster.
Oh, and actually, Obito, who came in to the team this season, is actually going to be starting as a support. Ace, Yoshinori, 2K, High Vision, you know those DPSs. If you watch Summer, great line of DPS. And actually, what's unique about this team, not just R3K tank, they also have Copburn, a third tank in the team, which I think is the only team with a third 3-tank lineup in the roster.
I think this is definitely something special on the side of DAF. Well, we've seen Dank. He is actually he is Australian, so which is kind of a surprise for a lot of the considering that this is a Thailand dominant roster. R3K usually the flex off tank on this roster as well, so maybe by looking at him start, we might kind of expect a Junker Queen or a Sigma coming into the first map here. Puto, I want to highlight him as well because he's coming out of retirement. He has played a long time ago. He has been playing in 2020. He has retired, and this is his second season coming back because he came back in 2023 summer season. So this is going to be very interesting to see how he's going to fare. And NGUK, we're going to have Kami, we're going to have Hope, we're going to have Tomato, we're going to have Remedy, and Maoli. A lot of familiar names on the former NGUK roster, and also we have some interesting additions as well. Like, for example, Kami and... just on the starting 5, the Kame is going to be the only one that has been added to the original roster. And to be honest, I'm expecting a bit of an improvement from NGUK because they weren't bad on Summer Series, but they were a little bit off. They were lacking that 1 or 2 degrees Celsius from that boiling point. So it's really interesting to see if they can have that revenge matchup again, like on the Summer season.
And also Lint was put down as a tank player, but it's going to be the flex of the team coming in for NGUK. And first, again, it's going to be the Busan control. We're starting up with the control map here, as we're expecting a lot more of the Sigma coming into this map, depending on which one we go into, and some more Jungle Queen. As it'll be interesting if was it R3K starting?
Yeah,
for that.
R3K was starting.
Okay, so it should be a lot of that Jungle Queen action that I'm expecting.
Yeah, we were not probably going to see the ball shenanigans that we saw in Barrel. So we're starting yet again on Mecha Base. We have something with Mecha Base starting as the first round today. R3K with the Doomfist. I like this Doomfist hover here. NGUK
just for the hover, I think.
Well, I mean,
it is possible.
Yeah, Doomfist is actually pretty viable. I do think that Downtown would have been a little bit better to start the feature the Doomfist with, but however, Doomfist is still a very good pick. But looking at the other components, maybe I am seeing a swap to the Orisa, unless R3K really wants to do the Doomfist. It looks like they're just going with the Doomfist. It is the Doomfist. It is. So this is something I think the first Doomfist we're seeing in Fall Series in APAC, isn't it?
Yeah, first Doomfist, except for those like last second touches from Doomfist. Actually, starting with Doomfist, this is certainly the first getting a kill.
Mark by getting a kill on Remedy.
That's a great start, jumping back and forth. Of course, the mobility on this hero is just insane. But the thing is that you cannot really sustain as much as compared to the other tanks like Orisa, but when you already have a member down on the other side. Actually, Torbjorn got another headshot onto Mei. Cope going down, so that'll take some more time for them to actually regroup to have Mei back on the field.
So this is kind of, just looking at this matchup, this is a little bit different from the matchup that we've been seeing on Orisa versus Junker Queen. The Orisa versus Junker Queen matchup is that, hey, if you're the Orisa, you want to poke before Junker Queen is in her effective range. And it's that fight between, can you actually get into range, or are you going to get poked to death before that? But with the Doomfist, it's a little bit different because Doomfist is almost a dive composition sort of tank. But then if you look at the other members of DAF, it's a poking comp. So what this means is that you throw the Doomfist at the other team and just try to keep him alive, because he is going to be harassing the position of the well-established Orisa composition, and then the poking DPS and the support will be doing damage to the disarrayed positioned formation of NGUK, and right now it looks like it's working.
Yeah, so far with the Blizzard has the on point. NGUK it seemed like they got more, but it's actually DAF who got a lot more done. R3K still alive. Everyone else except for Tomato has been down for NGUK. Some heroes being changed as DAF, as you mentioned. It's more for that aggro and the attention away for R3K. And within that time, a Soldier and Torbjorn actually coming in either from the side or the back. They're supposed to be putting out maximum DPS. It's also a competition, I think, DAF saying we have a lot better mechanics. We can actually just out-damage you guys if we just have the range.
Yeah, so like in theory, this composition, like you said, is more similar to the Wrecking Ball composition that Varel used, and this means that DAF has a lot of confidence in both R3K's survivability and the DPS and their DPS duo, which has been working fine until this point.
But there was a lot of ultimates used for NGUK, basically everything.
Exactly. This was an expensive fight for NGUK, but it was necessary because it was already at overtime. DAF has ultimates of their own now. Although they already used the Molten Core, they have the tactical visor, they have the window, and also during that fight, Captive Sun will be online. So DAF will be using this to their advantage to take that point, to take back the point and also the round.
Yeah, still keeping up with the Doomfist. I'm amazed. I thought it was going to be first used for just a little while and then a change. There's a kill picked up already onto Ilari. Their hope actually on that Tracer, first Tracer of the tournament, I believe. See how well he can rotate both of the support down. It's just the tank and the DPS is on the point for NGUK. Tomato having some trouble here. Kami with the heals. Pulse misses.
Oh, that was a nice. So although the funny thing about Captive Sun is that even if your teammates do the additional damage that detonates the latter part damage of Captive Sun, it still counts as an Ilari kill. So yes, Pally did get the kill credit for the Soldier 76, but it was good follow-up damage on the side of DAF. So good team effort. I think this Doomfist composition worked really well against the composition of NGK. R3K made enough chaos and absorbed enough aggro for the DPS lineup and also the Ilari to do enough damage on the side of NGUK. So credit to DAF for bringing up a very I guess a new composition to this tournament.
Yeah, unique composition that has been working so far on the first map. Now, of course, going back on Sigma will be the big difference. Oh, Kame going back on the Widowmaker. on
Yeah.
this map.
So this is also a map where it's relatively kind of the distance is relatively short, so you can get a headshot kill. And despite the nerfs here, but I don't think there will be a lot of angles for the Widowmaker to take advantage of.
Yeah, that's exactly why you don't really see Widowmaker on this map. Well, that's a great pick from Hope. Shot win from the Soldier along with Ilari also. That 2 members down for DAF, actually going to be losing that first control point. And a pause kicks in.
Ooh.
So first pause of the day. So first of many. First Tracer, first Doomfist, and a first pause.
Well, hopefully we don't. I mean, I'm okay with a lot of Doomfists. I'm okay with a lot of first fights, but definitely not a big fan of a lot of pauses. But hey, that's something that's out of my hands. So but at the current moment, it looks like NGUK kind of found it was a good first fight in the sense that. It was a individual duel between the Soldier 76s and also an individual duel between the Ilaris. So if both of them on the side of NGUK took down their counterparts, which means that inevitably there's no more kill pressure left for DAF. They have to fall back. They have to fall back, meaning that NGUK will be in a prime position to take the point, and they actually capped the first point. So DAF will be in a position, they will be having to take that back, which might be in a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's going to take some time for them to regroup and come back. And NGUK, I think this is the biggest news that they have won the first few, especially with the Soldier taking the DPS down. Okay, you're lacking some damage, and then they immediately pushed. And I think that with the biotic field from Soldier, they were keeping all the. Sometimes they were lacking heal coming from the very first mech place, and we could see that from the back line of they were just not getting enough heals coming from both supports. They were sort of isolated because Doomfist was moving left and right because it almost seemed like everyone was chasing the ball. Everyone just the ball goes wide and then everyone chases the ball and then it was kicked the other way and then everyone just follows the ball again. And because except for the Doomfist, everyone else was actually not near the sight line. They were actually hiding behind, putting out some like long range DPS from the Torbjorn and the Soldier. So that has been the role for Def so far. But on the second map, well, first loss for them. Let's see how they can actually retrieve and come back here.
Maybe I think R3K might go back to the Doomfist because Doomfist are also
is
viable.
Doomfist still viable and an okay pick on the second Busan?
Yeah, I mean it's still viable because the concept is still the same. So you just, in Dav's perspective, you just throw R3K at the opposition and just hope that he survives, right? And then right now. The pick itself, the other picks have not changed. So it's the same concept, you just poke out the opponent. But the difference here is that NGUK also has some good poke of their own as well. They have the Widow, they have the Soldier 76, the Ilari, and the Batiste as well. So it might be a little bit of a risk. So maybe by, I see that R3K is not changing, swapping from not the Sigma. So maybe kind of, thinking about the Widowmaker there.
Oh, Kame getting a couple more shots, starting with that headshot onto Torbjorn now. Ace going back onto the Genji. No more Torbjorn, he says.
Yeah, I think they're feeling a little bit pressure from the Widowmaker. So Genji is also very good at making the life of Widowmaker really hard with the deflect, and also the dash can close the distance really, really easily. So I'm assuming that that's going to be the case, but Kame does not care about the Genji and just taking out people left and right. And Remedy also headshots Ace, sending him back to spawn. This is actually looking pretty good for NGUK at this point.
Oh yes, the Sigma is just cannot cover too many angles, as you can only cover from one angle, and only an Ace going back. No more Genji. I'm going to just do 1v1, and with you bring your own Widow. I can do exactly the same and better.
Yeah, but the problem here with DAF is that they're changing their composition too much that they're really behind on the ultimate side. Terra Surge not finding anyone but low health bars on, especially on the side of Abudo, but they survived and actually takes down Tomato. So this is a start. This is a good opening for DAF. They might the flip is probably going to be there at 90-ish%, which is actually correct. So control back to Dav, and okay, Comet taking down. So finally, Dav taking care of that Widow, and NGUK looks like they have to wait for the Widow to come back.
Sometimes after the flip of the opponent, it's actually better if you just die early, so you can actually come back earlier and get and regroup. With your team. Yeah, I think that Infra Sight already on. Okay, Kame is looking for the snipe, but no one inside actually. Behind the walls.
Well, I mean, the Infra Sight was useful for zoning out the DPS players so that Orisa Tomato could just freely come into the point and contest the point. R3K is very low, needs support, which he does not get. And Remedy with the Captain Sun to zone out people out, and they just got this point for free. And now the tactical visor is there to deny any touch from the side of Dev, and this is gonna end. Busan is going to be tied, and we are going to downtown.
Oh man, NGUK, especially Kame on that Widow, did a lot of work on top of. I can't believe what NGUK was able to do on that side, because DAF, they certainly had a really good comp to begin with. Oh, what a shot!
Yeah,
followed
good shot.
up with the jump.
What a way to introduce yourself on the contender scene, right? Because Kame, it's his first match as an NGUK player on Contenders APAC, and well, he's making a shout out of himself, and well. And the Widow pick itself and how Kame played kind of really pressured DAF into swapping so much that DAF never ever got their own share of ultimates. And here is that Doofus pick I was talking about. Yes, Downtown is definitely a better map for Doofus to feature in, and seeing how Doofus fared so well on Downtown, on Mecha Base, it looks like it is going to be the better pick here.
Yes, and there will be a lot more dive potential as I say that. Ace will be picked off from Tomato early on, and that Genji.
The DPS line denied on the side of DAF. This means that NGUK will have first hand on taking that point.
NGUK, somehow after the second control, they actually found a very comfortable zone where they can keep Tomato alive, and both DPS actually lining up, focusing on the same target most of the time.
So if you look at the difference between the DAF composition in Downtown and the DAF composition between Mecha Base, you see that the DAF composition, yes, it's still pokey because you have the potential headshot kill possibility from the Sojourn and also the Illari and the Baptiste. However, Yoshinari being on the Genji means that they have one less poke and that less poke damage to follow up. And NGUK using that to full advantage to close down the distance, and the Orisa is always there in the face of DAF, taking out Ace, taking out Pally. So this is going to be a little bit problem. Maybe Yoshinari 2K played the Genji because they thought that NGUK was bringing the Widowmaker, and the Genji was there to counter that. However, it's the Soldier Scorpion on the side of NGUK, and the Genji looks like doesn't know what to do right now.
Okay, here's finally the Orisa from R3K, but is it too late? We'll see the answer. Scapped himself out from Remedy, but instantly taken down by Parley. Parley a little bit faster on that damage. Oh, but still yes. DAF is full control. They did use a couple. It almost seemed like NGUK was going to be holding the point for a couple of seconds, and then immediately turns around.
The good news for NGUK is that they only used the Captive Sun. If they used more ultimates, it would have been a disaster considering that they not just lost the fight, but also used a lot of ultimates. However, DAF used 2 ultimates and NGUK only used 1, so they have the upper hand in the ult economy here, and that's why they're starting the aggression with the window here. They're pushing back DAF, and they're using the Terra Surge. Will it be used to kill? No kills, but it is applying a lot of pressure on the health bars of DAF. R3K very, very low. But okay, not the Immortality Fuel was not enough to save R3K. Yoshinori 2K using the Dragon Blade, but not taking any value. DAF. That was a little bit of a questionable ult from Yoshinori 2K because
I remember that DAF was already 2 or 3 members down, and the Yoshinori 2K. So in the end, they used 2 ultimates just to lose that fight. Again, yes, NTUK used the ultimates as their well, but they have been saving up the ultimates on the last fight, so it is almost at a stalemate. So this was also supposed to be. So if the Dragon Blade was available and it was not used in the last fight, this would have been their opportunity to take that back, but they don't have that anymore. So it's going to be a neutral fight once again.
Yeah, it seems like that has to be the issue, and also 91% now from NGUK as they did use all the ultimates, but especially the DPS line from DAF is actually falling like flies on this map, especially as there was a kill on with the rocket, Helix rocket first, so right after that, Soldier just went, okay, I can just have my visor on, and also Genji, you have your blade, right? So with the 2 ultimates, we should be able to grab extra kills and win the team fight. But no, immediately back, NGUK said, okay, we have the field, we actually have some distance in between the Soldier and the Genji, so we might be able to come up with a win, and they did with just neutral shots. No ults actually used in that fight from NGUK side.
Yeah, earlier they did use the Terra Surge, so
that was way earlier though.
So, like you said, G-Clef, I think DAF should have just saved their ultimates and just looked at the next fight. But it is what it is, and definitely, and DAF does have the ability to win that neutral fight, so we'll definitely have to see from there. But it looks like from the NGU side, Kame is having connection issues, but we're back. Kame is back.
Yeah, Kame's back, and 94%.
So this is already final fight territory. They need to... Okay, touch is there. And Tomato is gone. So, like I said, DAF is winning the neutral fight. And they got their point back.
And a few more ultimates available. Hali got another kill onto... That was a late kill, so we'll be getting a couple more percentages off.
So what DAF needs to do here to close the deficit, to close out the deficit, is that they probably know that Remedy and Mali is almost reaching their ultimates. They need to act before these ultimates come online, but NGUK, they got their ultimates online, so it's actually the same
Yoshinori
number
super
of
low.
ultimates. R3K with the Terra Surger, not much damage, and rather Yoshinori 2K falls. So DAF is using 2 ultimates here again. Remedy matching their ultimates, matching 2 ultimates, but falling. So and Tomato gone.
Okuto.
Okay.
3 kills in a row from the support and keeping DAF alive, as it could have been a disastrous moment with 99% and 95. We're almost matching numbers.
The point is on the side of
Yoshinori.
DAF, so they need to touch. The touch is there. However, Hope gives up his life for it. It looks like more members are on the side of NGUK. On the point is flipped, and Ace needs to turn on the visor to turn things around.
Ace
but
is
will
here.
he be able to? Are there any bodies to touch? Soldier needs to touch. The touch is there. However, he is taken down. Pally is there and uses the captive sun, not taking anyone down. However, Pally is down. Everyone is out on the side of it.
Still overtime, and that will be it with Orisa spinning that javelin for the surge, and NGUK comes out with a win here.
Yeah, so, to be honest, we did say that DAF is coming into this matchup as favorites, but it looks like NGU has things to say right now because DAF looks a little bit sloppier than I expected them to be, and NGUK is looking a little bit better than we expected to be. So it is actually a very close match, G-Cup.
Yeah, especially the back line. I think there has been a lot of great support moments. Especially Remedy from NGU has been giving a lot of heals. So Tomato, we didn't really see Tomato like grabbing kills, but was able to actually keep up with the numbers, contesting against R3K. I think that was the first thing that should have happened after losing the very first map. That was a pretty big win for DAF. And right after that, Comet coming online, especially with the Widow and continuing with the hit scans right after. I think those were really good signs. And along with that, the DPS line from NGUK just kept it up. Just one kills one another. And on the other side, though, DAF, it actually felt like dominoes. We're not talking about pizza here. and then one falls, and the second falls. Like there was a lack of coordination, first of all, and also the teamwork. It did not seem like the same. So weird position that we're seeing after such a great performance to start off, and then immediately crumbling down.
I think they need to. Daf needs to kind of take the rust down a little bit. But that is going to be the end of map 1. We will be going to hybrid on the next map. Stay tuned.
And welcome back, everyone. What do we have? NGUK leading the series so far, starting from Busan. DAF not really putting in the work together. We saw that teamwork crumbling down to 0.
Yeah.
And they're going to be having a tough time if that keeps on happening.
Yeah, DAF looks like they have some rust to kind of, unrust here. It looks like, yes, the individual talent is there, but I do want to point out the ult discipline from DAF. They are just throwing out ults when it's clearly a losing fight, and then when they should have been saving those ults for the retake later on, they don't. After they use their ults in a losing fight, they don't have any ults to kind of break the snowball from NGUK here.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, that kind of has two parts in it as well. If NGUK also throws their ults away or just throws, literally just throw, they can still take the game away. But NGUK looking solid. We see a lot of good moments from Kame and also Tomato here. Tomato, surviving the aggression of DAF to the point where the other members of NGUK can respond and answer kills. And it looks, yes, we do have to see more because this is just control. We do also have to see how the tactical or strategical points will be organized on the side of NGUK and DAF once you start putting the payload into the equation. But this is a bright start, and we might actually have a series in our hands, Street Cloud.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're looking for here. Some bright moments already from Kame, switching in between many different heroes in just a map. So we are going back to Midtown, as we have seen a lot of that Midtown yesterday. Might
Yeah,
be having some
we're
more
going-
projectiles, some more poking fights in between the team. I like it because I do want to stress the DPS line from both, because we do see some DPS doing well on map and then struggling on the other map. Because to be honest, I think Yoshinori's play in that final Busan was one of the weakest that I've seen so far, including all the summer games. So I would like to see some more contests, maybe some better pokes coming out from either DPS lines from both teams.
Yeah, Midtown is really interesting to see because we've seen a lot of Midtown yesterday. A lot of teams. Here's that pizza again, but yesterday we've seen a lot of Sigma from a lot of teams on APAC. I don't know if that's just an APAC thing, but also
do you see that pizza moving every time?
Well, I mean, look, the pigeon's poking it, so probably like
I didn't know. The pizza's actually moving every single time.
if
that
you
the-
touch something, it moves.
it's not a
It's
stuck
called
object.
physics, G-Clef.
But the pigeon. The important part is that the pigeon's not actually eating it; it's just smashing it.
Anybody else?
Well, I mean,
Never here.
it's leftovers, so even pigeons have a
You know
choice.
what? Every single time, especially after last night's, I did want to grab a pizza when I went back home. And then I thought, like, what's making me want pizza so much? And then it turns out it was
Midtown.
exactly this screen
Okay.
that we get to see all the time. And if doors open. Here we go. Let's see if DAF can come back as NGUK.
DAF has a change on their roster here. We have a substitution in the form of High Vision. High Vision was one of the prominent hit scans that we've seen on APAC Summer Season.
That's right.
And like you said, G-Clef, this map involves a lot of poke, especially on point A. So it is interesting to see how the Ash from High Vision can make a difference here.
And that'll lead into some more pokes. Oh, some better management coming up from DAF with the pokes. But still the support line from NGUK keeping everyone up healthy. Up on the side. Somewhat more aggressive positioning as I say that. Kame taking down on Torbjorn Ace.
A lot
Shot.
of poke on both sides. But if there's a difference between the Sigma matchup from yesterday and today is that yesterday we've seen a lot of the Bastion, we've seen a lot of the Hanzo. So this means that the Sigma barrier would be broken very easily, but today, on the side of NGUK, yes, Soldier, maybe the Helix Rocket, maybe the Torbjorn can take down the barrier. It's not broken
man.
as easily, but it
NGUK.
doesn't matter because NGUK is taking down everyone on the side of DAF, and it looks like this is going to be capped for point 8.
At the moment that you saw Tomato pushing from the side, coming down the stairs, you know that they're going into the point as staff. They just could not retreat, and on the way they fell and lost more members. And I thought that was going really well for High Vision and Ace, but I think it was actually Torbjorn who went down first from DAF's side.
So this is a very interesting situation where if you look at the ult charges here, DAF actually did more damage to NGUK than NGU to DAF. DAF is, despite losing the fight and losing the point, they have faster ult charges. So DAF need, if they know this fact, they have to be very aggressive. I thought that was a kill.
I thought that was a kill too, so until I looked at the kill feed.
So DAF needs to be very aggressive here. Yes, they have 3 ultimates here.
Ultimate's coming. And
The
some
Captain
bars.
Sun, but no follow-up damage. Oh, okay, the follow-up damage is finally there.
Yeah, but DAF actually had to use 3 ults out of the 5, which I think was somewhat required to stop the momentum of NGUK, as NGUK, a lot are incoming.
To be honest, it would have been the best scenario if they used only the Derivative Flux and the Captive Sun. But they also used the window as well, the amplification matrix as well. But the staff still has 2 ultimates, and NGU has 3, 4 coming. And to be honest, the Molten Core is not the best ultimate in the attacking side of things. So maybe if used correctly, DAF can turn things around. But NGUK, and the side of NGUK, this is their opportunity.
Kame. Plus Soap immediately cleaning down the alley. The hallway is cleaned up with the lava coming down from Torbjorn.
Okay, this, although NGUK used 3 ultimates and DAF used 2, this is still, we can still see that DAF is really kind of struggling on the ult discipline here, because DAF, once Torbjorn got access, once Hope got access to
a small alley here and use the molten core. This is a losing fight. There's no way you're coming back from it. And then they still used ultimates, and they still use the Bob, and it's not for High Vision to change from the swap from the Ash. So it's kind of like a little bit disappointing to see there, but still Dav still manages to win the neutral fight after that and push NGU back to spawn.
Yeah, still going all the way and not really losing too many. I think that was a pretty impressive fight. Both side now into UK, they do need to come towards the payload once again. And this could be one of the choke point on the map where unless you actually go into the stairs to the side, you might be losing a lot of angles as you can't really climb the wall as easy as you don't have the Shimada brothers coming from the AF side. So you basically need to win the poke and bring one down before going in.
Yeah, so
and it did happen.
Ace taking down Kame. This is a good start. High Vision connecting some of those headshots, but not enough to secure the kills. But still doing a lot of damage means that much pressure is applied to NGUK, and they have to go back. Oh, or you could die there. So DAF is actually doing a pretty good job without using the ultimates to push back NGUK. And as you can see, the time bank is at 135, so it's not a lot of time. And Dav has 3 ultimates on the line, 4 incoming. So if they are able to allocate efficiently, they might be able to stall this here at point 8.
That's exactly right as NGK. They still have some numbers away from the ultimates except for Hope and Mali.
All Dav does not have to do is that use all their ultimates at once and lose.
Yeah,
that's kind of like the only world where NGUK would probably cap point B.
And NGUK all gathered up. They're ready to go. They're trying to gather up a few more percentages as Tomato goes in alone.
So
Captive
there's
Sun.
the Bob and the Captive Sun. Captive Sun on both sides. NGUK falls. High Vision is traded in the process, but however, it's Dav who is smiling here with 2 ultimates. However, NGUK only used the Captive Sun here, so they will be having 2, 3, maybe 3 ultimates of their own, but time is ticking, and Dav has 3 ultimates. Ace with the Molten Core. Remember, the Molten Core is much more efficient when on the defensive side of things, so this may be actually in Dav's favor here.
Yes, and if you put that on the payload, things are going to be melting. And I think 2 ults used by that DAF was just the right amount to keep everyone away. Less than 20 seconds now for NGUK to put in a lot of work. Not too much time allowed. So Tomato goes to the bottom.
Somebody on the side of NGUK needs to risk their life for touching the payload, and it looks like it's going to be Tomato. However, the Molten Core is going to be there.
Yeah, no one else around him though, so it'll actually be it's actually a very important moment as we actually do lose a member from NGUK for.
I think it's Kami again. I think Kami disconnected from the lobby,
yes.
and it looks like it's a connectivity issue in a very dire situation, and it is
less than
overtime.
20 seconds. And overtime already?
Yeah, it was overtime. Overtime has triggered, and even though if Kami gets back, get back online, they probably have to start back from spawn, and this might be actually very critical for NGUK's chances to win.
It totally can be, because we saw the Molten Core, as you mentioned, on the payload, and that's the moment we saw Tomato forced all the way back to the bottom, which also means that it's going to take some time. Still, after the contest, you still have to come to the payload, and no one else. At that corner, the choke point where you have the payload going down, it's really hard for the DPS to actually just climb and go for the payload. It's an open wide angle unless you can actually climb the wall over the side. That's exactly the reason why you saw a lot of Hanzo yesterday on this map, on that point especially. And for NGUK, can you really come save Tomato or even hit that payload in time? That's going to be the question, because when you're coming, there's nothing else blocking you, no other object in the middle.
Exactly.
And there's no Tomato too, so no one else to actually save you. So let's see how the fight goes on the other side, because we had our eyes focused on Tomato so much.
It looks like at the current moment, DAF is going to be very, very advantageous in this current situation, especially with Kami gone. Coming back from spawn. Kame is there with the chaser. He has to take the chaser in order to touch, but the touch is not going to be there.
We were just mentioning this as Tomato already went into the room, and no one else can climb that fast unless you have someone like a Doomfist or Genji or Tracer.
Yeah, so if you just summarize NGUK's attack, It was a very impressive push on point A. However, DAF kind of, came back. And surprisingly, I mean, not surprisingly, DAF is kind of finding their own form back in the summer series, and using their ults very efficiently, at least on point B. So NGUK was stopped in their tracks. Well, NGUK still has a win condition here. If they full hold, or if they concede point A but concede less mileage than the NGU's attack, then they still win. But DAF definitely will feel confident about being able to push that far.
It wasn't too far away, and I think DAF might be feeling very comfortable with the position that they were able to have that hold on. Yeah, before they actually cross the bridge into UK. Now, basically, they're looking for the full hold.
If you want me to heal
If they go past that
still.
moment, it's going to be incredibly hard to actually defend all the way. So, having a look into the composition.
Torbjorn, behave.
High vision with Bastion.
Okay, yeah, so this is, I think DAF is expecting NGUK to play the defensive Sigma here because, remember, the tank mode from the Bastion is a very good grinder of the Sigma barrier. Yeah, so Tomato is playing the Orisa, so still a little bit of value for High Vision. Oh, but High Vision is taken out by Tomato.
That's early. Early pick.
Yeah, I think that's going to thwart any additional efforts from DAF to push here. Maybe they have to fall back and regroup, probably wait until High Vision comes back.
Just look for just grab some more ult percentages. I think that's really what you're looking for here until High Vision comes back. And also find those pylons plus turret. It's actually a pretty annoying comp. Because you have to take down the turret and the pylon all the time. There it is on the wall.
Well, DAF successfully regrouped and went into that room, so that's a first. They survived the poke as well enough to be in a position to contest. The window is there, but the Baptiste, because Tomato is so low, needs to heal rather than damage the other side.
Both DPS down.
The picks are there, and it looks like DAF has enough real estate to contest the point and even cap.
Oh, this is early. This is way too much time for DAF. Can NG actually come back? It seems like it's a little too hard.
I don't think NG
they already
can
pushed all
contest
the
the
way.
point.
Comet just went down again, so I don't think there's no contest anymore.
So this is going to be a little more than 4 minutes and a half for DAF to get halfway through point B. Until the tunnel, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, full payload and DAF. They have 4 ultimates, 5 ultimates ready to go. This full power available here is the sun, power of the sun. 2 marked already. Bastion helping on that damage.
With
3 dead from NGU. This might just be it. Payload on the push.
Well, the good thing, the good news for NGUK on the side of NGUK is that only 1 member of DAF is pushing the payload, so they will be having another chance, or maybe even 2 fights to contest. And the
oh, you said it, but you don't actually know because we're getting downhill.
Well, Remedy, I think they can still contest. Like maybe not 2 fights, but they will be able to contest for 1 fight. Oh, not if Remedy!
No sun power.
That's gonna be a variable.
Window up from Puto. Multicore on all the way bottom, so this is going to be the lava ground. Oh man, NGUK falling like flies, and
I think this is gonna be it. Yes,
can you actually do anything? Tomato goes down, Sigma controls the bottom, and the payload 0.15 meters away.
So that's 15 centimeters, and Hope with that Molten Core is able to save NGUK from defeat on that map, and the payload is going backwards.
How did that happen? I thought Torbjorn was actually about to lose a fight against Sigma.
Well, I mean, the Molten Core on both sides kind of helped zone out everyone else from the payload.
Uh-huh.
So that was a little bit, that helped a lot. But NGK, they used everything. They used absolutely everything on that fight. And Dav is approaching the Captain's Son again. So, and remember the last time the Captain's Son and the Bastion ult was used, it was used very efficiently to zone out. And NGK, they don't have any more space to be zoned out because
way too many
3
gone.
meters is enough for Dav to win.
Very hard position for both because they have to consider the top of the bridge and also the room at the bottom. So far, both did just go down 45. Sigma
is in a little
gathering
bit of
all the
trouble.
energy.
Captain's Son is there, he's gonna use it!
Field keeping that up, but still. Oh, Remedy actually responding back okay, but out position, outmanned at the bottom.
Nobody
Okay.
left.
Genji does come in time, but
For how long is the question?
And the celebration comes down from Bastion, sealing the deal, and it is DAF with the comeback and hybrid. And that's a win, matching 1-1 map score. So we will be having the first push. First push.
We will be finally
Guaranteed.
having a map 4. So that's a. I mean, I did not know that I'd be so happy, like, you know, getting a map 4 here. But yes,
I missed push.
Yes, I missed push. But yes, so this is going to be a series here. Dav definitely certainly looks more comfortable than in Control. Putting in High Vision here, not discrediting Yoshinori 2K by putting High Vision here on the head scan. The team looks a lot more balanced, and for some reason, their ult allocation looks improved here. So they are finally getting their good memories back from summer season. And NGUK, it doesn't look like they're playing bad because they really played well on their A-point offense, A-point offense.
Yes.
But they were not able to cope with. I think they were kind of a little bit of caught off guard because on Busan they were like, I mean, NGUKs are wasting ults, so we can probably, you know, out snowball them. But then Dav was like coming back to their old form.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the teams when we come back, but we'll take a short break, guys, because before we have to go to push, we do have to play on Flashpoint. So we'll be right back with map number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to Overwatch Contenders APAC Fall Series. We have a series here for the first time.
Finally.
It is not a 3-0 guaranteed. And we have NGUK was leading up 1-0. Now DAF catching the series back up 1-1. With High Vision coming in, as you have mentioned, it does seem like DAF is slightly more balanced in terms of team fight. But I really have to say, I think the map choice, because DAF lost the first, because which means that Midtown was chosen by DAF. NGUK at that point, at that corner where you have the payload turn around and go down to the bridge, it did seem like they were having a lot of tough moments gathering the team up. Almost seemed like they did not really have that much team coordination at that point. Maybe it just came down to the map selection. Midtown might be less of a practice map for NGUK compared to DAF.
I think that's also partially true because, map choice. There's a reason why map choice is given to the loser and given an advantage, right? So on that front, NGUK is selecting New Junk City. I am very curious to see what they have in store. I'm still kind of thinking about it. I'm still thinking that both teams will go either the Orisa or the Junker Queen on this meta. I think that in this map type specifically, because since maneuverability and mobility is so key in this map type, the Junker Queen paired up with Lucio, it would be a little bit better, but we'll see.
Man, when are we ever going to see a Roadhog?
I don't.
I'm a big Roadhog fan ever since the beginning of Overwatch 1.
Oh my god.
But
remind me never to have you on tank when I play Overwatch with you.
it's okay because I mainly play DPS or support.
Oh, we are seeing the background for New Junk City. Actually, so it looks a lot better when you're looking at far away. It looks less junky, for lack of a better word.
Lots of container boxes. That's basically all I saw, to be honest. But it is called New Junk City. So, and we will have and then after that we go back into Genji Soldier.
So we are seeing a very familiar matchup, the Junker Queen with the Lucio, the speed maneuver composition versus the pokey Orisa composition. So just if you just think about the combat, the Orisa composition has the upper side. However, considering that this is a map that is very large and has a lot of space to maneuver around, the Junker Queen composition has the upper side on that front.
Yep, mentioning the pylon, Kame, and Larry actually putting work from the back. Not really caught.
The Immortality Field up very, very early. However, that bought space for DAF to not just cap the point, but also be in close range of NGUK so that they can do damage. Remedy is very low, but the Immortality Field on the side of NGUK is used. Ace falls and High Vision falls, so there's no damage output for the side of DAF. NGUK looks like they're going to take this one and flip the point on their favor.
Yeah, to start their own percentages, as you might think, wow, they already got 44. It's because Flashpoint, the numbers go up very high, very fast. And we never really mentioned too much about Hope, his Torbjorn play, as that fight again. We don't really highlight those headshots too much, as Torbjorn can go wide and miss a lot of those shots, but still having a headshot to start off, one of the best.
Torbjorn damage is actually really, really strong. And the fact that they already have the point and that they have the molten core almost ready, so it looks like this is a defensive position from NGUK, and the molten core will be there.
Can Hope?
They don't even need the molten core, maybe.
Yeah, already too much damage done.
Yeah,
don't need to press that
This is
Q.
going to be perfect because the stall to R3K means that DAF is forced into his selection because they either have to give up the point or they have to contest without their tank. Because there's no way that DAF is going to contest. Okay, there you go. First flashpoint point goes to the way of NGUK. The next point is going to be bomb flat.
Which is slightly more towards DAF, if they can actually manage to get this 1 point.
Ace
freeze is already there, and NGUK has to be the one on the offense here. NGUK has a handful of ultimates, but also that's also for the side of Daph as well. Daph has the Dragon Blade, but is very, very low.
Nice field from Brownlee, keeping them up. Hope and Tomato, they almost went down. Oh, right in the face, and actually will do a great amount of damage.
And Ace died pulling that Dragon Blade again. We are seeing the problematic.
Good catch.
The problem is that we're exposed during the earlier maps when Daph was struggling because they are using ultimates when they're losing these fights. And NGUK, they only use their Terra Surge, so they have 1, 2, 3 ultimates already. And well, I mean, technically 2, but the Tactical Visor will be available, and also during that fight, Captain Sun from Remedy will be available as well. So Daph is going to be at a deficit here.
Ivagen holding that artillery since the last team fight. Okay, we'll be starting with the big poke. Where and when? Okay, turret. Easy target.
I don't think that's going to be doing enough damage. Maybe just zoning out Hope. However, NGUK has a lot of ultimates to work with.
Matrix
the window
up.
is there first. However,
no other ultimates used yet. There it is. Remedy.
Captain Sun, will there be enough? Okay, this is a lot of ultimates used by the side of NGUK. Yeah, so that was an expensive fight, but because Daph used so many ultimates, previously they don't have any ultimates online to just take advantage of, and NGUK is on the defending side of this point, and they have the Molten Core. They don't even need it maybe because it's already 98 and it's not available. Daph is not able to contest.
Yeah, even that was actually a close respawn for DAF side. Did not really come in all the way. NGUK knowing that, okay, they had some amount of time to contest for the point for the 99%, but they did not. So let's be careful with the rotation. NGUK taking a wide turn.
Yeah, once again, the point spawn is in the favor of DAF. So Daph is already taking defensive positions on that point. But however, that was also in the case of Bomb Flats, and NGUK just took it away from them. So it's... I think Daph needs to do something special to turn things around here.
As the first...
And that is something special.
High vision. Yeah, with that headshot, certainly, yes, Remedy was having trouble keeping that HP alive, and with that headshot, instant dead.
So NGUK needs to back off, and that means much needed percentage secured on the side of Daph. Of course, NGUK has 1 ultimate. I don't think they'll be using it that proactively to just flush Daph out. If NGUK wants to play this by the book, they would just like accept a team fight loss by baiting out Daph's ultimates. However, they use the Molten Core.
But this time, yeah, the blade to get 1 plus a lot more damage done from the teammates because everyone from NGUK just came from 1 choke point.
Again, it was a little bit of a sloppy play for NGUK here as well because they know maybe they could say that, hey, the Molten Core is only good when you're on defense, so I just use it to trade with the Dragon Blade. However, as a result, I mean, if you just look at the results, Daph only used 1 ultimate, and they have a lot of ultimates on the bank. Here, there is going to be the Kitsune Rush, but it is overtime. It's 99%. The flip is there. Okay. So Kame is taken down, but they would probably be okay with that because they just made it out on ultimate while flipping the point. So
yeah, 99% and Tomato ready. Kame should be ready soon. There's that Rampage, only hitting 1. Tomato.
The
Surge right on the point.
Not taking anyone down.
Didn't really do too much as DAF still putting on Warg. Overclock, high vision. Whole lot more in response. And NGUK actually ended up using all the ultimates available, so they might be in trouble starting off with the next point.
Yeah, so wasting ultimates is kind of like being a trend in this map right now because NGUK, they used 3 ultimates like you said, G-Clef,
yeah,
and
I think they wanted to finish.
Fight. I don't really think that was really worth it because Daph was already at 99%, right? And NGUK had almost no progression on Refinery, so even if they did win, they wouldn't have the ultimates needed to defend that point from the follow-up aggression on the Daph side. So I guess we're on an entirely neutral fight on the first few few fights on Junkyard.
Yeah, and keep in mind that we already had 2 points in favor of the AF. So the next one, if we get to the 5.5, it'll be slightly in favor
That
for
is an important kill because Kame
NGK.
already had that.
Ace?
Because he already had that tactical visor, that is going to be denied, and it has to be reset for NGK. They have to be careful of the staggers because a stagger means that at least a 5 to 10% more progression on the side of Daf. Daf has the Dragon Blade, so it's really interesting to see how they can work with that.
Yeah, Ace coming back alive. It took some time, but seeing this Genji coming back alive, certainly putting a lot of lifeline for DAF. As High Vision giving a lot more room for that Sojourn to move around with the slide.
The Dragon Blade is there.
Early blade.
Ooh, okay.
No blade kill, but the rest of the team, it is called a team game for a reason.
Well, this ultimate usage was really, really efficient. So this means that DAF will be taking at least 15 to 20% of progress with just one ultimate. And although NGUK didn't use any ultimates of their own, it is still worth it. And I think NGUK is just opting to give up that point. Because once again, even if they try to contest, they have to use ultimates, and then they will probably not be able to defend.
Chasing them. NGK down in the rotation. They have Lucio, they have the speed boost.
DAF is suddenly, all of a sudden, they are using their ultimates in an efficient way. NGUK knew where the next checkpoint was going to be because that's the only checkpoint left.
Yeah,
however, DAF was very quick to pursue, and just with that only the Kitsune Rush, they managed to take out everyone.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush plus, look at the team comp. I mean, DAF, they have all the movement speed from the team comp, so they can do all that. Plus, the Rampage is also ready. Sugar Queen with the sound barrier, overclock, 3 ultimates. NGUK slowly coming back as the point captured by Def first.
So NGUK is
Oputo goes down,
approaching
no!
4 ultimates. Oputo is down, so that
No
means
barrier.
no sound barrier here. The window is available. I don't know if DAF wants to use any ultimates here. They're using 2! They need to absolutely win this fight!
They're committing, and they're actually coming up with the win. High Vision with those shots landing. And still feel alive, but it's just to be done duel.
Finally, DAF is winning. DAF finally got something from their ult gamble here. It looked like if they were over-investing of their ultimates for this fight. However, because there were at least 2 members down, if I'm not mistaken. However, they actually managed to turn it around. And this is, even though NGK has ultimates of their own, they used ultimates in the last fight, so it was actually worth it. And DAF approaching 80%. They might be actually able to take Yujung City.
Yeah, they still have Blade and the barrier early up. Ace pushed back with the uppers, but still alive, doing a whole lot more. And here is that Genji for you. 2 kills, and more should be followed up. Oh, Hope is actually on the point. Oh, almost flipped, but contested right before the flip. So it's not going to happen.
And that is going to be it. DAF takes New Junk City.
And coming back.
Wasn't this a reverse sweep?
I think it was. I remember 2-1, and then it's a 3-2 now.
Wow, this is really impressive stuff from DAF because there were moments where both teams were being really, really sloppy because they were using ultimates when they were kind of behind. But at least for the last 3 checkpoints, DAF was using. They were really efficient because they were winning fights with 1 ultimate. They were pursuing that pursuit until the last point. Just the Kitsune Rush was really, really impressive.
Yeah, I do like the commitment, especially with even with Ace. Sometimes when you have that Genji, you just have full trust. Okay, do whatever you want. But this time, DAF actually went in together with the Junker Queen, with the Lucio and Kiriko, along with that High Vision, of course, on the Sojourn. The team comp made sense, and they had the confidence to go with the Blade. It was just a full team wipe with the teamwork, which was somewhat missing in that map number 2, as we were criticizing on DAF. When they have it, especially when Ace is alive, when he can do that much work for the team, just carry that workload and move it forward. That's exactly what you need to win that map. And it's going to be a 2-1, not a 3-0, guys, for the first time. So we will be going into that push, but we'll take a short break, guys. And first from APAC Fall Series, a push map. Hey everyone, welcome back to APAC Fall Series. We are on map number 4. First time for push. We don't know which map yet, but it's going to be very interesting as DAF just made a big comeback on that Flashpoint. So we talked about this a couple of times as Flashpoint is one of the longer map on a single, I guess on a single map that doesn't change. You just go between different places and you continuously play, and then the flow, because it's such a longer flow compared to all the other maps, it does change the tide a lot compared to the other maps.
Yeah, especially because because New Junk City went all the way to all 5 checkpoints, right? I think this might be a big confidence boost for the side of DAF, because yes, they are having the momentum because they won map 2 and 3. However, having that kind of comeback, because they were behind, they were definitely behind on checkpoints in the earlier half of New Junk City. However, taking almost like a reverse sweep in a match, the momentum that it gives is definitely swinging in DAF's favor, and it's very interesting to see how NGUK can come back from this, because it's a very close match. Even though if there's I think for the exception of Midtown, I guess all the maps were pretty close, and now we're going to New Queen Street, which is we haven't seen New Queen Street in a while.
In a pretty long time actually. As this push, now we in a different meta. What's it more likely going to be like? No more Ramatras. Oh, of course, Sigma can totally happen here. And we'll see the comp coming from both R3K,
I would
Tomato.
expect a little bit of a more, obvious Junker Queen or Orisa composition, or maybe Ball would be even viable here. Yeah, New Queen Street is definitely a Ball viable map. Oh, okay, okay. G-Cliff, you are correct. Well, they are both hovering the Sigma.
Huh? Only for now.
But
No.
the Sigma does make sense here.
I imagine they would be. Imagine both teams would be having a lot more pokes. Now, I guess Hope is feeling. I thought Hope was doing a decent job on Torbjorn, but switching on to, I guess the weather fits. May is going to be the choice.
I think that the May pick kind of infers that they are expecting the Orisa pick here to use that wall to isolate the Orisa and focus him out, but not as effective against the Sigma. So maybe DAF has a little bit of an advantage on the comp gamble here. So DAF has a little bit more of the positional advantage here. May is a little bit isolated and taken down, so that I think that's going to be first. First fight goes to the way of DAF, and naturally the push bot is going on the favor of DAF.
Yeah, says NGUK. They spread it out their positions between the 5.
Oh, the staggers are going to be there, and this is going to make it a little bit worse for NGUK.
That's a very
here.
late kill onto Soldier. As that they would get a lot more free push because of this timing. That was actually about 10 seconds after the first 3 crew died.
Yes, so I think maybe they can push until 35, or are they going to approach the checkpoint? Is NGUK going to concede? Hope is very low. Hope needs to survive. Okay. Hope. Oh, but Remedy falls, so they are a member down. So this might be first point cap for DAF. This is snowballing into something out of control.
Yeah, and DAF, they are still pushing. NGUK had no other method, such as big ults. Only Maoli just getting the Matrix, and first point already. All the way out here this early, we still have over 8 minutes.
So that means it took only 2 minutes for DAF to cap the point. And the reason why the cap is so important is that even if... Oh, we'll see this fight first.
Oh, even worse, DAF.
More kills.
They trying to stay alive.
Okay, the supports are keeping themselves alive, so this is a good thing. So, but going back to the original point, the reason why capping the first point is so important is because even if you lose and go back, and on the next push, you don't have that 8-second pause after when you go back to the checkpoint. NGUK, even if they do manage to win back and go all the way to the checkpoint, they have to wait 8 seconds in order to get further progress.
So this is a big difference here on the side of DAF. Yes, finally Hope and GK finally answering back with some kills, but DAF would be definitely going back home happy.
Yes, not 100% happy because they ended up using a couple of ultimates just now, and NGUK not really responding in matching power number in terms of ultimate numbers. So that's coming back, but with that much push, I'm pretty sure we should be feeling good about this as NGUK now. Oh, actually Hope. Both the Torbjorn players, Ace and Hope, just catching one at a time off guard, and it's this projectile that does a lot of damage, especially with a headshot.
Yeah, but you got to see if you look at the push bot progress here, compared to the number of kills that NGK did, they only have 3.3 meters on progress on the payload on the push bot. So this is kind of in DAF's favor here. Yes, NGK has a lot of ultimates, but Tomato is not alive to even use it. NGUK, they're falling one by one, and there's the Turby with the hammer kill on the Remedy. Oh, how's that as a kill?
Totally hammered. That's all I'm going to say. As NGUK, at least they were able to hold the ultimates, not waste any of it. I guess that's the brighter side of that fight.
Yeah, NGUK didn't use any ultimates, but at the same time, but if you look at the side of DAF, they already have their ultimates now. They're matching the number of ultimates.
Give the Molten Core. To zone out to push just a little bit further. But no following up kill from Ace now. Here comes the chance for Tomato.
There is
It's
that
a few towards the
Chromatic.
end.
Blocks. Yes, High Vision is taken down, but Pally decides to commit. I don't know if this is a good idea, buddy.
Yeah, that was used a little bit too late, I think, too. Staff now being pushed, NGUK. It does seem like at the moment we did lose Kami again. So we'll see. As still 5 minutes and 19 seconds to go. Do you think it's enough time to actually have that much push for NGUK now? 5 minutes should be
I think
okay.
it's definitely possible, but for that to happen, they need to cap first point really quickly because, like I said, there is a brief pause during that after the initial first time team pushes caps first point. So especially if they're forced to do that in overtime, they will be forced into a single position and be cramped up because they need at least someone on the point, and that means a numbers disadvantage on that fight. And that's something that NGUK cannot afford. So they need to cap first point at least with a few minutes left on the time bank, and they have to work from there.
And Torbjorn now these days just feels like a better Hanzo to just snipe a target. Even before that, it seems like we missed a couple seconds of action, but it was already a done deal. So NGUK starting to push once again. Only 5 meters, 6, 7, single digits so far.
They have a long way to go, but NGUK, they have the ultimates, they have the Molten Core, they have the Captive Sun. DAF also has ultimates of their own, but so it's a fairly neutral fight, and Ace is taken down, so this is a much needed breathing room for NGUK to push further. DAF has to give a little bit of a real estate, which is okay, but R3K thinks different because he's flanking, he's contesting the point, which is very important. He's buying time for Ace to come, which is very clever play on the side of DAF.
Coming into the room, trying to snipe onto Torbjorn along with that Soldier. High Vision on the back. Has plenty of DPS available. Soldier versus Soldier.
High Vision needs to be very careful. High Vision is committing the visor, and I think the follow-up damage is enough for the rest of DAF to wipe out NGUK.
And the Sing High.
So remember, this is the important point. Yes, 45 meters is good progress, but they did not cap the first point. So they have to have that pause, and it's less than 4 minutes now. So this is kind of the time where NGUK is starting to feel the panic.
And the robot again. Going all the way, okay. Early Molten Core to zone out, but actually he's the one falling down early. Yeah, no hope, no Mally, no Remedy. And that, they might actually continue this push further into closer to the final zone, 91 meters.
So credit to DAF right now. They use 2 ultimates to win a fight where the opponent used 2 ultimates. So this is actually a pretty good trade, and ultimates. However, NGUK will be having the upper hand and the side of ultimates now. The NGUK has to use this with... preferably, they have to win this without ult because remember, there's only 3 minutes on the time, and they have to push more than 60 meters, and they need more and more and more ultimates. However, Remedy falls.
No, Captain Sun did so much damage as they actually got. I think Mark actually.
Dav is looking to end this. They don't need. They're saying we don't need 10 minutes. We are just going to finish this and finish the game. Yes, we did give up Busan. However, we are going to win. Yes, 0.05 minutes. And that is going to be it. Dav takes New Queen Street. Dav takes the game. They go to the winners, and they will face Varel.
Certainly deserving after losing the very first. That was the only, and the quick sweep coming down from DAF, especially the teamwork coming along after the roster change. Hydrogen coming in for the player that actually made a lot more play along with R3K. I think that was the right move. If the player is not feeling perfect, if you think that you're actually not having the 100% at the moment, I think that's the power of having a bigger roster. Sometimes you just have your day, sometimes you don't, and that was I think the biggest change that was required for DAF to win the series today.
Yeah, so DAF just kind of like proving why they were the pre-tournament, pre-match favorites. Yes, they did slip. They did slip on Busan. They still, even on the map they won, they did show a little bit of vulnerability. So they definitely need to kind of like keep that in mind when they're going against Varel, who will not be as forgiving as NGUK when exposed with those kind of problems. However, still full credit to Daf, who has been after Busan we thought Daf might actually lose this matchup. However, coming back from a very shaky control map is something that needs to be very commended.
Yes, I think that everyone should be taking notes from Unknown, right? Everyone should be having a paper pen all the time, listening to the commentators. Okay, after the match finishes, go back to the bot. Okay, let's see what Unknown said. Okay, that check marks, bullet points. Okay, let's work on that, boys. But the greatest thing is that we will actually get to see the winners match happening right after. I do like the broadcast format a lot.
Yeah, so we're definitely, it's kind of like a Colosseo format where, hey, like, you know, we see the better teams of the day play against each other. So it's definitely exciting to see. Yeah, Varel probably would have watched Daf play right now. They should be kind of feeling pretty confident, but at the same time, Daf has a very high skill ceiling. So unless Varel is at their very best, they might be subject to a very big upset here. However, I'm really excited to see, number one, that we saw Pushmat for the first time, and number two, that we're going to see these Varel and Daf go against each other.
Player of the match is going to be Hydrogen, who was put in starting from map number 2. Some great overclocks coming from Sojourn and Flashpoint, also in map number 2. Yeah, if you can just one tap a hero like that, exactly the player that you would want to play with.
I think High Mission made a lot of difference in even despite the current problems that Daf Esport is having right now, because remember what I said about Daf and their ult discipline is that they are using ultimates when they're losing, so they don't have the ultimates when they absolutely need them. But sometimes High Vision is covering the deficit because he is single-handedly winning the fights without ultimates that the team needs. So this is really credit to High Vision. Really impressive performance from him. And he, I mean, of course, this is a team effort, but he is one of the bright spots that have brought Daf to the winners bracket and go to face Sparrow.
Yes, so exactly as we have said the only 3-1 so far. We got to see a push. No escort yet, but the reason why I'm saying that is because we have a winners match, and this could go to the distance.
Remember, DAF was formerly, the members of DAF are mostly from Kraken Esports.
That's right.
And remember, Varel and Kraken Esports was the grand finals for a summer series. So this is a pretty big rematch here.
Yeah, some changes coming from the DAF. Exact same roster for Varel. So we'll see if those changes were enough to contest. They're one of the best teams so far. So certainly, right now, I would say the best team from Japan, as they're the Team Japan in World Cup. That's going to be a very exciting first to 3 again. But DAF, compared to what Vero was able to show in the very first match of the night, they were not perfect. Of course, after High Vision knocked onto the door and says, "Guys, open the door for me. I need to get in. Unlock my power."
Unleash the High Vision.
That was all they need. And then GK does go down. They are not out of the tournament yet. They do go down to face a Fade next week. Next week.
Yep.
So, today's Tuesday, so next Friday. So in just about 10 days.
Ooh, yeah.
So there'll be those matches from the lower bracket, but once they lose in the lower bracket, they will be having teams start being knocked out.
Yep.
But in the winners bracket, no one's going to be knocked out at all.
Yeah, so they haven't expended their extra life yet. So even if a team, either Vero or DAF, loses on the winners bracket today, they go to the next stage of the losers bracket, of their lower bracket. So it's, no biggie. But still, if you can manage to win on the winners bracket, and that means that your chances of survivability on surviving in the tournament gets that much higher. And it's also, imagine winning a tournament and then just winning everything and staying in the winner brackets the whole time. That's winning in style. So that's what you probably want to do, especially that's how you close out the year in your Contenders campaign, right? So. So that's really interesting to see, and yes, staff. The next matchup is actually really interesting in a sense that this is basically 2 World Cup rosters that have made it to the main event, clashing against each other.
Yeah, that's going to be very big. Of course, APAC A, South Korea did end up winning the entire thing by far. Of course, their roster was. One of the strongest.
Yes, that's a cheat key.
But
That
except for South Korea, Team Japan, and also basically the entire roster of DAF, they were contesting real hard for that spot. And maybe it'll be a different story this time, as it is the fall series. It's been a couple of months, different meta, and also Flashpoint I think will be the big key. So I think we have some time before we do have to take a break before we get into it. We have to get all the players in and get it ready. I had the call. So guys, we will take a short break. When we are back, that match, we'll see who comes out on top. Vero versus DAF. And welcome back everyone to APAC Fall Series Overwatch Contenders. We are here with G-Clef, Unknown here, and as we get things ready for that winner's match of the day, it is going to be Vero versus DAF. Very exciting match coming up. I don't know who's going to win, who's going to be coming on top of this winner's match. Plus, I would like to see all maps 5 onto Escort. Please, please, please. That's all I'm hoping for today.
He wants that escort. I
Yes,
definitely agree with you, G-Clef. This has the potential to be one of the biggest bangers in the series. Remember, this was the same matchup that was the grand finals in the previous season. So this is, yes, Varel looks like they have the upper hand at the current moment right now because they've also just improved leaps and bounds from their summer season. And also, Def kind of looks like the rust is there a little bit, but, you know, DAF won just like it was barely like almost like 15 minutes before they just won, and that momentum is still there on the side of DAF as well. So DAF also has the talent to take down Varel. The talent is there. It's just about how they are going to execute it.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Depending on the map, it might flip things a little bit too, as these logos actually looking kind of alike, triangular logos, both of them. Varel, as we mentioned, it does seem like Nico's back on DPS.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the initial starting 5 that we were trying to see against Fade, but Nico had connection issues and was not able to start. So Mihawk was taking his place. Yes, Mihawk did a fantastic job on the hit scan, and Varel won with style. However, with this starting 5, I am really kind of curious to see how Mihawk will work as the flex support here. I am definitely expecting to see the Illari and Baptiste here with Nico on the DPS role. DAF, Ace High Vision. They're starting with High Vision instead of Yoshinori 2K. They're definitely thinking that High Vision is feeling a lot more confident than Yoshinori 2K on the day, and we are seeing Tank on the tank here.
Oh, Tank on Tank. That's a pretty good idea, I would have to say. Fitting name for the main tank to be going on, but that's a wild switch, I would say, up against a very strong opponent.
I think DAF definitely has something that pre-prepared here because Tank is mostly a main support with the specializing in the Winston Ball and Orisa. Maybe if they want to just a hard lock the Orisa here, they might do something. Maybe the Ball, because Ilios is also a ball viable map. So remember, Ilios, this time it is going to be Ilios instead of Busan, so we're going to have a different scene, different compositions here. I definitely think that R3K was doing pretty well, so I assume that the only reason that they want to put in Dank instead of R3K is that they have something prepared.
They better have a lot prepared for this map, because we've seen what Vero was able to do, and DAF did have some troubling moments and control, but with a different roster. And same for a different roster for Vero, because they did not have Nico in the first match. As we get things ready to get on to Ilios.
Okay, KSG picked something. It doesn't have a shield and doesn't... Okay, never mind.
D.Va. Tricky.
Oh, dang. Are you just really going to do what that Winston? This looks like
I think so. With the comp that we've seen so far from DAF with Tracer, I don't know.
This kind of makes sense, but it's also a little bit outdated. Because this is what we've probably seen a lot in the previous patches, but once again, if you kind of think about it, the Hangzhou Spark from the Overwatch League, got a lot of success with this composition, so maybe they're really confident in their Winston composition because, yes, the Junker Queen composition and the Reset composition looks a lot better. However, if you play it really well, it is still viable, and even in this meta, especially considering that this is Lighthouse and Echo is also a very viable pick. This might make sense.
That Echo air duel will be very crucial between QQ and Ace, and here comes QQ poking from the back. He's not able to find any kills, but let's see. KSG taking lots of initial damage, did not break the mech at least. So not the worst news. As you have some trade between the... Oh, QQ actually going down from Wow, from the chain.
So,
Okay, Def got a little bit of positional advantage on the point, and they got the cat first, and Veryl is losing members a little bit, and that Diva stagger there. I'm really surprised with the Diva pick from KSG here, because usually when we think about the Diva, you would assume that Plankton would be preparing for the Diva as well. However, like, you know, maybe they're planning something else, like the ball or something like that, but it happens to be Lighthouse, which Diva is a really good pick on. So maybe this is a temporary measure. However, right now it seems like at 40%, DAF is gaining the percentage needed, and they're also having the ultimates, but
right after.
Veryl is taking the picks on the neutral fight, and they're going to flip it at 55%-ish.
There's a pretty big fight right after, and if you lose one more, could have been a lot more dangerous. Could have been a lot more percentage going towards Veryl now. About half done for DAF.
The bright side about DAF is that they will be having their tools online. Probably the Nano would go to either the Echo or the Winston, and they would have the push power, or they could just take out the soldier like that. But there's shading kills here. The Ana down, meaning that there's not going to be the Nano available for the Winston. However, Veryl is answering with a lot of ultimates of their own. It looks like the ultimates are paying off. The duplicate and the captive son may be enough to keep DAF at bay. And considering that DAF used 3 ultimates, this is actually really paying off for Veryl. What an impressive performance.
Yeah, Veryl still do have 2 ultimates available on top. And now almost matching in numbers. They should be by the time of the next fight. Here, Ace. Comparing it to, if you compare the fight power, the power coming out from Echo from both teams, QQ initially was the one dropping, but right after that, QQ has been poking so much more compared to Ace in terms of positioning and what you were able to do as a DPS, just having a lot more harassment.
DAF has very limited options here. Here is the Nano Winston. They need to do something,
on.
but they use the bubble early on, so the Winston has to be is exposed to a lot of damage, and it doesn't have the primal, so it is down.
Because of Winston, Anne had to position all the way at the front and was cut off immediately. Veryl just catching them off guard one by one, and the entire team falling into pieces. Even Vision.
Dead has to go to the Wrecking Ball just for the sake of this, because they're 89%, and Veryl has 3 ultimates, 4 incoming. They have all the tools in the world to make this happen.
You just have to wait. 4%, DAF, they have... Even Vision changing into Soldier was actually closer to getting that ult.
The touch is there.
Oh, but Tank is so low. It was brought down immediately. And everyone being fallen apart in the middle of the path. Yeah, Tracer could not blink and come all the way into the point that will give Veryl, who started with 0.53, getting that 100% first.
Yeah, DAF had some really great moments, especially on the earlier parts of Lighthouse here. They had good positioning, they won a few fights, but after that, Veryl, it was really impressive in a sense that they didn't even use ultimates to go back. I think everything went wrong from DAF, like in 2 times in a row, because after that Nano Winston, the Winston had to use the bubble, and after that, he jumped into the point, and even with that damage reduction from that Nano, it was not enough without the bubble to keep himself alive, and without that primal, that was easy prey for the Veryl, and that was just a Nano lost, and no other tools to answer the Veryl aggression.
Yeah, Nano, just to save your tank, it's just a bad news. Unless you can have extra power to turn it around, in which case you had no other teammates to follow up along with the Winston, and on that point, it was just a bad news, getting worse every single time when the ult button was being pressed.
Yeah, so we are seeing a very rare sniper duel, because, I mean, yes, this is Ruins, so the Widowmaker is a viable pick. However, we don't see a lot of Widow duels these days, so I'm really happy that this is there, and it is, Veryl does have a little bit of more poke potential, but once Veryl has closed the distance, they have the advantage. However, DAF is not allowing that to happen, and Vision sniping out the members of Veryl, and Veryl has to reset.
So far, Ace 1-0, Nico 0 on that 1v1 duel. And still keeping up with the Widow. Okay, I thought it was going to be initially first 40 seconds or so.
Nah, I don't think that's just gonna be the case here. I think they're gonna fight until the bitter end. Ace has 77% on that on the ultimate, and Nico third, fourth. Yeah, I think this sniper duel is good for a while.
Captain Sun is able to mark a few in the room, but no other follow-up damage as Biotic Field in the ground.
Ace takes down Nico, but Nico also took down Obudo in the process. Ace is clicking heads. Wow, and it looks like Dap is going to take a little bit more time on that point.
Oh, Kyuki's still alive, actually. High Vision is the one trapped on the point.
Okay,
and a Javelin.
KSG.
Nice hit, right on the money.
Okay, the heroics of KSG flips the point, but it is going to be taken right back to Dav, as Varel has to wait for their tank to come back. And the stagger kills might be very, very crucial here because it is already 70%. And waiting for Mihawk to come back means that it might be final fight territory for Varel.
Yeah, but still keeping everything up with the Matrix. Obuto putting some good output on healing. Keeping Orisa healthy. It's been about Ace actually grabbing extra kill along the fight.
So KSG knows that this is going to be desperation territory and changes to the ball, and also kind of works on keeping the Widowmaker at bay, but Ace takes down Nico! Oh man, that's gonna hurt.
And right at the perfect timing, Obuto comes up to keep his member alive.
Overtime is triggered. KSG is very low, may not even touch. So the other members of Vero are touching, but it looks like Daf is going to take Ruins, and we are going the full distance on Ilios here.
Yeah, even with that Blizzard, everyone was actually away, right on top, having a better positioning from DAF. Those two really doing a lot of work. A Widow duo that's really not really the most common on the map. And also keeping that up for the entire duration.
Yeah, so, and the Widowmaker duel went definitely in the favor of Daf here. Ace had the better of Nico, at least for this round, and we are going to well as our final round of Ilios. Oh, this is proving to be quite a series because Daf, although they did show a lot of weaknesses on the previous match, they are looking a lot better against Feral.
Yeah, whenever Ace is doing a whole lot of work, and here's Symmetra once again, and going back into Echo. So this is going to be a mirror comp between the two teams.
Yeah,
see whose Torbjorn can land better shots, and also Echo in the air.
So both Echoes will not be having a Mercy, so it's going to be a duel for this pure skill duel between these two Echoes. Of course, we have seen both players play the Echo in previous seasons.
Yeah, Echo support fighting each other here. Basically a mirror. Well, actually,
Kyuki taking down Ace. So this definitely feels good for Varel, and Varel uses that numbers advantage to cap the point first.
But what about on the other side? No other follow-up kills so far, but that should totally switch the balance.
The Javelin goes wide, and KSG is slowly pushing out the members of
High Vision.
Oh, High Vision!
Also was able to get a kill on Echo in the air somehow.
Okay, so the momentum is swung back on Dow's favor because they will be having the they will both have the numbers advantage and area superiority here. KSG very low. Cloud using the Captive Sun to deny the point flip and apply pressure on the members of DAF. And Mihawk takes down Ace. So this is once again, wow. The pendulum swings so quickly here that because Varel was in the advantage, Dap takes it back, and Varel also takes it back. Now Cookie very low, but still holding on by a sliver of health, and it is still enough to push Dap back.
Yes, even with all the output and the amount of time that Dank was able to hold, still it wasn't enough. As Varel, they actually ended up pressing. Whenever the ult was ready, they just ended up pressing it because they knew the importance.
Oh, that stagger is gonna hurt because that is at least 8 seconds off. And 73% means that Daph is not going to have enough time.
Oh, but two
However,
lost.
Ace takes down Cloud and Cookie. This might be their opening for their for that flip because they need this, absolutely need this.
Yeah, here's the push, so that's exactly why. Oh, even Molten Core being used by Nico to keep the point alive. They want to finish this with 100-0. Oh, it seems like they do have some time ready, but oh, way too much damage coming out from DAM. Parley, Oputo. Yeah, leading up. Those supports are now supports. They're putting out some numbers.
Yeah, I think it was a kind of a miscommunication on Veryl's side, on the side of Veryl, because KSG, although KSG was really pressured so hard to the brink of death, he did not use his Terra Surge, which I think is a good decision because they are already at 93%. They can afford to give up the point. But Nico thought different, and he just wanted to win this and use the Molten Core. I think it would have been better used later on. But Feral still has a handful of ultimates, and they have an ultimate advantage. So let's see how this works out.
Here's Orisa versus Orisa versus Orisa. One duplicate. As QQ would follow up with extra damage, extra attack.
And extra sustain as well, because the Baptiste is there.
99%.
And the flip is already there, and losing members at this stage of the map means that it's going to be Veryl, and Veryl wins 2, and that means Ilios goes to Veryl.
Oh man, what a series.
Yeah.
That we're going to be starting with, and 2-1. Well, that was certainly a close one because we've seen some moments of both teams not really having the best ult management, and there were some panic moments. Okay, we actually. Oh, they were fighting there. Their neutral fights were going so long, up to like a minute and a half. No one actually dying. Both teams contesting. Nico, Ilari actually, Echo and Ilari contesting on the other side, and the other 3 contesting near the room. Actually, no one around the well to contest. It was actually quite fun. We got to see a lot more action from Echo, but I wonder what was happening on the other side too.
Well, probably I think they were struggling for a space because if any team is able to kind of like, fully control that space, that means it's going to be a double angle for that team, and having double angles on a single target is always going to be on the advantage. So I think it was a struggle for that. I understand what it is, but once the point was flipped on the side and the favor of Veryl, I think I think Daph should have been on the point a little bit. But I think both teams did really well, and that just hypes up more expectations for map 2.
Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly what we wanted from coming out from these two teams, and they will continue on the second map. That is going to be it for our first map, Ilios. But when we come back, we'll have our second map of the winners match. I hope you guys are enjoying the series so far. Beryl up 1-0, but DAF, I'm pretty sure they're ready to strike back as this roster is filled with talent and they can just go back and forth depending on the map. And because they lost again, here you can choose the map if you lose the first or the second. You can choose the following map of the choice and it's going to be hybrid. So either Kings Road that we got to see once, Midtown that we always get to see, or
Blizzard World.
Blizzard World.
I want to see a Blizzard World, to be honest. Like, it's a nice change of pace or a nice change of scenery. I think that it also might catch Vero a little bit off guard. I think, like if I guess DAF wants to play the Winston, maybe I don't know. Maybe Kings Row is also viable, but
here's my
but
take.
Blizzard World is also like
because
a
DAF
Winston.
lost the first map, they will likely to go back into Midtown.
That means that likely R3K is gonna come back. Is it?
Potentially.
Yeah, because I don't see a Winston working out on Midtown. Okay, I heard the music. That's Midtown. Okay, you are the analyst here now. I'm just going to be the cheerleader from now on.
No, I'm just having the 1/3 luck. And slightly less of a percentage for Blizzard World, of course. Right now in this meta, the team comp, I think it's slightly better for either for Midtown or Kings Row.
Yeah, I agree.
But okay, DAF was able to take good advantage against opponents earlier on this map against NGUK. But now that the opponent is Vero, they might not be having those choke point moments as they are very experienced in all maps, including Midtown.
Yeah, remember, this Vero roster has been experiencing matches against the best of the best teams of the world, including Team South Korea, including some Overwatch League teams in the Overwatch League Opens. And yeah, this is a team that has been all the way to Opens. So, and yes, we are seeing that R3K Dank, we are noticing more and more that a lot of teams in APAC are preferring the Sigma on the defense on Midtown, and Vero also hovering the Sigma. Since Vero is going to be at the attack, this is just a hover yet. We do not know if this is going to be the final composition for Vero. However, it looks very likely because we've seen a lot of, Sigma on the attack on Midtown as well.
Yeah, so it could just be the push along with the poke coming from Kyuki. That may...
Oh, the Mei is a very interesting pick. The only reason that I think that Mei might be viable here is that they are expecting an Orisa pick, maybe, because I really don't think the Mei is effective against the Sigma here. Because the wall because one of the biggest values of the Mei is that you use the wall to trap, like a single out a target and then focus them down. But with the Sigma can have a lot of distance, can keep the distance. So it's really hard to take, isolate them with the wall, and you have to risk your life like this. And Beryl has to reset.
And a couple more fall.
Ace
is responding back though.
Down. However, I don't think it's going to be enough for Beryl to actually make that push.
Yeah, this alleyway, that's
good accretion from R3K. If you look at the ult percentage here, R3K is already at 90% on the gravitic flux. That means R3K did so much damage compared to KSG. I don't. I'll be very honest here. I think Vero needs to change up their DPS composition. Maybe a Hanzo or a Bastion.
So with the Sigma already having that ultimate online, the flux will be big because there are not that many, especially if you're coming back in from the alley side. This is the alley side.
Again,
Vero has been testing this ground.
Down Vero. So Dav is using this poke composition to full effect. Yes, the Captain Sun is there, but I don't think it did any. I don't think it did any real damage. Yes, it did leave a mark on some members of Dav, but it did not. There was no angle for any follow-up damage, and Beryl once again has to reset. And that was only with Dav using a single gravitic flux. So, there's the Captain Sun on the side of Dav. So now 2 ultimates. However,
two ultimates are still online on the side of Daf, and a third is on the way, while Varel only has the oopsies, only has the window left.
And with the window, less than 2 minutes left already. Meryl, there were some moments where there was a snipe onto Ace, I believe, but even with that 4v5, they just could not press onto advantage because some of the members were actually off position, looking for these separate picks, and
the Molten Core is there, so that means they're
with
going...
Blizzard. So Blizzard might actually win on top of that Molten Core. And with Nico, KSG pushing from the mid-top. And 3 members actually caught off guard all the way up here. The point.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they can actually go to the point.
Why
Yeah,
is Daf on the subway?
They're actually going towards the other side.
Yeah, this opens a lot. This opens a lot of space for Varel to actually be on the point. I don't think Daf can contest. Maybe they can. Maybe they can, but
yeah, they lost their retreat path, and Varel actually got a free load into the point.
Yeah, so it was basically Varel. It was a divide and conquer strategy from the side of Varel. I thought that Daf would have a very good. A very good chance of actually contesting after 2 ticks, after giving out 2 ticks. However, Daf was kind of pigeonholed into going into the subway, the upper side subway, and that was not where you wanted to go.
Certainly not, as maybe you can look for a miracle, a comeback in between, and look for the sandwich, but there are just a lot of options for Varel too. Nico does go down, the Ashe duel keeps on being won by High Vision.
Early Captive Sun.
A lot of trades, slightly better for Varel still. And
But remember,
the one pushing
Cloud
the
and
payload.
Mihawk is down, so no support. It's on the side of Varel. This means KSG is also falling down, and Daf is stabilizing.
Yeah, a whole lot of work from Ace and High Vision in that team fight. Don't exactly, yeah. Now we do have High Vision on screen, but has been landing some great shots as Ashe.
So, yes, Daf kind of like, you know, they gave up point A when they probably shouldn't have, but right now, the pass is the pass. They have 4 ultimates online with Varel only with the Gravitic Flux. I think Daf, if they use these ults correctly, they should be able to at least win 2 fights. So that's gonna taking considering that there's only 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, that is going to, that is going to make it until final fight territory.
Yeah, another headshot coming out from High Vision there. Yeah, keeping one all the way back. The respawn should be coming soon, but that also stopped them now, allowing Varel to actually grab few ultimates.
There is that Gravitic Flux from KSG. I don't think there's any casualties on the side of Daf for that. And High Vision used Bob, and Pally is using Captive Sun as well. Will there be any casualty? The first casualty is going to be the May.
Nice Blizzard.
Varel, nice Blizzard, but there's no going to be follow-up damage. Varel is running for their lives right now, and Daf wants more blood on their hands. Nice secretion. However, I don't think there's going to be any more follow-up kills, but Daf manages to keep Varel at bay. Now it's only 46 seconds, and Varel only has that window.
Yeah, that could have been a moment where Varel pushes all the way with the Blizzard, but the rest of the pack will already push us. We have another team fight as we only have 35 seconds to go. Yeah, with those ultimates, the window, keeping them alive. Varel finally making some push happen, but Multicore ready. Ace coming back from the side, looking for that angle.
The R3K Gravitic Flux did not have much value. However, health bars across the board on Varel are very, very low. We still have, Daf still has the window, but I don't think he'll be wanting to use it because Daf is losing members left and right. I still think that Daf has a opportunity to make that final contest.
Okay, overtime, as I think, yeah, Ace now changing into Widow. I think that Multicore was actually shut off right before it was deployed. So Varel with the push 2 meters away. Cookie lost already.
So the contest
5v4
is there. Cookie is there. Yes, 5v4. Ace is low, but will be able to be healed up. I think it is going to be curtains for at least right now for Varel.
Ace with that shot. And going to continue, but response back. Nico Ash does win out.
KSG taken down, Nico taken down, so it is going to be over for the side of Beryl. Yes, that was an impressive point A push, but Beryl fails to take point B.
But 1-0, but almost a 2-pointer, 111 meters. I would say that's actually not too bad on Midtown, because we've seen some teams struggling to get even near that 80-meter mark.
Ooh, a nice shot from Nico. However, like, I think
Yeah, this was a fun moment. That
Yeah,
creative kill, the rocket and the shot from Ash, eating them at the same time.
yeah, like it was impressive from Nico, but at the same time, it was really kind of disappointing maneuver from Nav because they should have probably just fell back instead of going into the subway and then just waiting to regroup. Because I think they had enough members to recontest for point A, I guess. But I mean, still good stuff from Nico, and also good response from Def as well to do as much damage control as they can and stop Veryl's push at point B.
Now, stopping Zayt, can Def pull out the same or better? 11 is what we were looking for. And Ace actually starting, thinking about starting on Widow, maybe just for the start?
Nah, he's not. Because we can see if he's just gonna just have try one shot. If there's a life weaver on the roster.
And yeah, you can't really have like a high ground on top on this map to begin with. So
Yeah, there's a corner right after the spawn, so not a lot of angles for the Widowmaker to make an opening shot here. And Irek, I see High Vision with the Bastion here. However, Nico starts off with taking out Pally, so Daf needs to back out a little bit until they regroup. I really like the Bastion pick from High Vision here because I think it is going to be key for breaking that Sigma barrier first. And, you know, only one side having the Sigma barrier is going to be very, very advantageous, especially on a similar composition.
But Beryl
like this.
actually doing a better job keeping the contest on to the side as that DAF. They're making a lot of rotation to go into that alley, but every single body trying to get in there is being lost, even before opening up any angle.
I thought I think it must have been kind of like a communication error on the side of that because R3K was already backing off, right? And High Vision was just stuck on that corner over there, was not backing off with the tank. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication or a little bit of overconfidence from the side of High Vision, but I think Daf still has a chance until KSG has that Gravitic Plus, and they got that pick they wanted, so they would slowly be walking into that point.
Yeah, with the Matrix, DF was able to put out a lot. Wait, hold on. Okay, KSG and Nico sandwiched a little few more. Those spears, once you can actually bounce off with a lot of walls on the side, you can actually create some angles.
KSG using the Gravitic Flux.
Worth it. If they can manage to defend this point really well. R3K had no one else on the back, so another successful defense by Vero here as we go down below 2-minute mark.
Yeah, I think it was really clever of KSG to use that ult because yes, it was only for targeting R3K. However, if you look at the ultimate situation on the side of Beryl, everyone except KSG now have ults. So as long as they don't waste all 4 ults at the same time, they will be having the enough tools to thwart any kind of offense on their DAF side.
So about 3 ults coming back online for DAF in seconds.
Oh, they're using all 4 ults though. This is
Nico and trapping all the members in the room first.
Yes, this is an impressive fight for Beryl. However, this is a little bit of a problem because they used all 4 ultimates that they had left, and Daf is approaching 3 ultimates, maybe even 4 if the fight gets longer. So Daf has with 1 minute on the clock remaining, they have one chance. They have one chance remaining to make this happen.
I do agree. I think using all 4 was a little too much. Maybe keeping 1 at least was going to be the safe option. But I guess they have the confidence to gather everything back up for the next fight.
Molten Core there to flush out the subway, the high ground subway.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
still,
is going
this
to be
is
a play.
exactly what happens, as there's just way too much resource available for DAF.
Yeah, once again, I have to mention about how Varel used all 4 ultimates on the fight before. Maybe if they used 2 or maybe even 3, it might have been okay. But with DAF having like 3 or 4 ultimates approaching, it was too much of a risk. Or rather, a waste of ultimates to use all 4 there. So I think Varel had this coming. DAF, they actually still have a good chance on the next fight as well because they have the tactical visor and the window. Well, yes, KSG has the gravitic flux and the captive Sunnier. The KSG ultimate is there. The lamp is there to save everyone. No casualties on the side of Dav. There is that tactical visor. Will that be able to create any value? RTK falls, so no, Varel wins this fight.
But no thanks, DAF, they have to be forced back unless Ace. Okay, they get KSG, so let's see the contest. High Vision wins again. DAF, they are willing to go for the push. They're actually going to be speedlining this one.
Okay,
Pretty far.
despite
Vision
KSG
again.
using the gravitic flux and taking it out a few members of DAF first, DAF with High Vision, Soldier actually made things happen and the push goes on. The
100
ominous
meters.
music of defeat is there for Varel.
140 left. And here's the power of the sun once again. DAF, they want to finish this right now. Vero, no ult
KSG
available.
very, very low. They need
Nico immediately with the visor. Has to put out everything that they have because it's right in front. 1.77 left. Nico.
takes down Ace, but High Vision
Again.
takes more, takes down Nico, takes down Cookie. Numbers advantage for Dav. Yes, Farrell has the spawn advantage. However, 1.77 meters left means that one more casualty can be it.
Visor available here as High Vision still alive. Takes out everything, and that is going to be DAF with the comeback. And we have a series in our hands. Was able to push about a minute 20 left on the clock, and
Wow.
nicely done by DAF, especially High Vision. High Vision's high skill tier play in those moments, not dying. I think within the last minute or so, High Vision was able to grab at least like 7-8 kills on his own. Such an amazing talent.
I really cannot phrase High Vision enough because remember, even in the last match, when Dav was on a ult deficit, High Vision was there just to make kills, even without the ults. And even on Midtown here, yes, R3K actually had a pretty decent gravitic flux. Excuse me, KSG actually had a pretty decent gravitic flux on the side of Varel. However, the Soldier 76 from High Vision secured the kills, and even at the very last moments, Nico had a good tactical visor taking out the Torbjorn. However, High Vision took out 2 members, which is unbelievable.
Soldier 76. It's incredibly hard to put out that much DPS. Of course, if you can land all the shots, but it is incredibly hard. On top of that, he was also landing the Helix rockets, most of them. And that's just what it is. If you can land all of that, you put out max DPS, but sometimes you just can't. And with 1-1 tied now, both teams might have to think a little bit more. They'll have some extra time because we're going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, map number 3 again will be Flashpoint 1-1 tied between Beryl and DAF. And welcome back, everyone. We are in between Beryl versus DAF winners match of APAC Fall Series here, day number 2, and we have Blum tied. So we are certainly going for that map number 4 and possibly the first escort of the entire tournament. I hope we see it. I really hope that we get to see it because it is these two teams, I think, for the entire tournament that now at least we got to see at least few games being played by every single team. For all the 8 teams in APAC, so I would actually put these two teams in top 3 so far.
Yeah, definitely top 3. Heaven Sent already in the winners bracket over there, and Veryl and Daf. So definitely top 3. Daf on paper kind of looks like the weakest of the 3, but after that performance on Midtown, I might have to change my notes here.
Yep, that you might be scratching a few things off your notes and rewriting with the highlights, saying, "Okay, that's important." As Beryl also had some old management issues, as we have called it in the middle.
Man. I can talk about that all day, especially at that defense on point A. When they had 4 ultimates, I think they should have just used like 2, maybe even at the cost of losing that point. They probably should have saved a little bit of their ults because they knew that at one point that DAF would be having more ultimates. Way more ultimates than them if they used all 4. Like, yes, they won that fight, but they lost that war, and which kind of eventually snowballed into losing the map. So maybe, I guess, what's done is done. Like, even professional, the best of the best teams can't be perfect. On Veryl's point of view, they should just reset, have a mental reset, and we are having Suravasa for Flashpoint, so it's for Veryl, it's a new start. For DAF, they want to put this momentum and secure that lead.
If they can, as the losing team does get to pick the map. As Veryl, this is the preferred map out of the 2 within Suravasa and New Junk City.
Yeah, there's not a lot to choose from, to be honest. However, I mean, even the smallest advantages can lead to a victory. It can be the difference between victory and loss, and especially in a high-stakes match against good teams, but in the match between good teams like these two.
Because you're likely watching one of the later matches of the tournament, too, because these teams, I'm pretty sure they will be surviving towards the end of the tournament, even if one team loses it to the lower bracket.
Okay, we are seeing the hovers right now. Ace on the Genji, High Vision on the Sojourn, and R3K on the Doomfist. We saw a little bit of this on Busan earlier on today.
Which worked okay, but only on Busan.
Yeah, and Veryl is going with the Orisa composition with, the Symmetra and the Mei. I'm not totally sure I like this. Yes, they did change to Soldier and the Mei. To be honest, I'm not really convinced with this Mei pick here.
And late on the rotation, of course, the EF takes the high ground first. And Nico actually went around the loop.
Which is kind of...
I still do think Soldier is actually coming around from the other side.
Yeah, which is kind of typical, which is not so surprising from what you see from Soldier 76. However, not a lot of casualties at first here. High Vision taking down Cookie, despite being pressured by KSG. It's so impressive. That leads, so one domino falls, the others fall as well, and Nico falls. That means there are no more damage output from the side of Veryl, and Dav
already capped first point and is looking towards, already ticking towards 30% here, G-Clef.
Yeah, along with Doomfist, their movement is just so fast, and Beryl sometimes cannot be ready. Even with that biotic field and both the supports from the back, sometimes it is just not enough. As DAF, their composition, they can just totally ignore that Orisa and just dive into the back line, which is not as common in this meta. But still DAF, because they've been having this comp for at least a couple of times on display during the tournament. It seems like it is so far working, and once again, that's
taking down Nico. Nico was definitely sorely needed for Beryl to flip this point. Yes, Beryl is contesting the point, but without the soldier, 76, they're gonna lack a lot of the crucial damage that they need. And look at High Vision's ult charge here. Pally also already has that Kitsune Rush. A lot of ultimates online for Def. Do they even need it? Yes, they are going to use the Meteor Strike from... they're actually using the Sound Barrier as well, because Beryl is investing all their ultimates.
But still coming on top, DAF having some better moments. High Vision, overclock, and the follow-up kills coming down from Peli, and also High Vision again and again. Bastion goes down as the final kill, and Beryl does not get the first point. DAF securing that easily.
And next point is going to be Palace. And to make things worse, it is actually closer to where Daf is. So Beryl is going to be having to face another defensive positioning from Daf once again. And also, there's the Kitsune Rush. There is the Dragon Blade on the side of Daf. Beryl needs to use the Terror Surge very cleverly in order to break those defenses. And yes, Kuki is approaching the Molten Core, but remember, Beryl needs to be on the attacking side of things, and the Molten Core is not always the best ultimate to open an attack.
Yeah, that's exactly why Nico has brought in the Cassidy for the grenade, but before that, actually hold on, because Obito got one traded, no more Genji at least. But Nico, without doing too much work from the side, does get one. Look, a few more being traded. As you have to see a little bit more as Doomfist just escaping out of the zone. Beryl does have the first capture.
Okay, good fight from the side of Beryl. Yes, they invested two ultimates, the Molten Core and the Terra Surge. However, Daf also used the Kitsune Rush and the Dragon Blade as well. Those are two major ultimates that would have changed the fight in favor of Daf. So this is actually in Beryl's favor now, because they will be having they will be having the Nano Boost, but not if KSG falls. KSG has to be very careful here, and also remember, Beryl is playing the Ana, and the Ana may be an easy dive target for Doomfist.
Yeah, man, who do you give the Nano Boost to? I mean, Nico again, already down. The dive seems to be very well working, even with that grenade available now from Cassidy. KSG just cannot survive or be the shield of the entire team, as usually, look at what happens. DAF just diving into the backline again and again. KSG left alone on the point, and in that case, Beryl just cannot have the full team of power as one.
Yeah, as if you look at the ultimate situations here, Beryl has the Captive Sun. They will be having the Captive Sun. They already have the Nano Boost. They will be having the Deadeye. Well, the problem is that Daf will be having the measures to go counter, because that is going to be the Electric Cowboy that we haven't seen in a while. However, not making a lot of kills. Yes, Pally is down, Mihawk is down, High Vision also takes care of Nico, so there's a lot of damage output down from Beryl, and I think Daf might be able to equalize the progress made on this point here.
Yep, by the time Beryl comes back, it should be around 80%-ish. As KSG just went down, and that's another problem. That will be more gain for DAF.
I believe that Beryl might have enough time to contest, but the question is, do they want to?
Yeah, they have the tank. It's coming later.
Okay,
so instead, DAF goes in wide, overclock Genji Blade early on. Bastion caught.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of an overkill,
now,
though.
KSG's the only one alive, as you can see. Right there. Again and again, the respawn is just not perfect.
I understand. I think it's a little bit of an overkill on the side of Daf. We are going to Temple next. However, look, I think the overclock would have been enough to zone out Feral and just have them give up the point, because the point was the progress that Daf already had on the second point was already enough. But yes, Ace did get a few kills with the Dragon Blade, but I think Daf might be they will be missing that Dragon Blade for the next fight.
Hey, Unknown, it is important to release the dragon sometimes. Let Genji do what he wants to do. Okay, let's see if it actually comes to bite later on. As Ace already on 32% somehow.
Okay.
Those shurikens landing well.
I think Vero was a little bit divided there, because some of the members of Vero were capping the point, while some of the other members of Vero were.
They did the first capture, but not for long, only 21%. And that is barely nothing on Flashpoint.
Yeah, so in the end, Ace didn't need that Dragon Blade after all. They won because Vero was divided, and I think that it was a little bit of a communication miss between Vero, because some of the members were capturing the point, some of the members were fighting, and so a little bit of a mistake on the side of Vero. They need to be on the offensive. Pally starts the offense here. Kuki kind of zones them out with the Molten Core. However, it is not enough. It is not enough to save Nico, and yet Vero's offense is delayed once again, and the time is ticking, because 60% on the point means that one more loss, and it may be curtains for Vero on Suravasa.
A few more available. There's a Captain Sun, and also Nano when it's needed for Vero. High vision down, unless there's
Nano
a crucial
on
blade.
Cloud. How is this going to be? Okay, a kill on Pally, so maybe the Nano was worth it. However,
So going to save the blade for later on. And yeah, Genji just dropped down.
okay, now is the time. Now is the timing where you can use both the blade and the overclock at the same time, because this means one team fight win will guarantee them not just the point, but also the map. And Vero only has the Bastion ult to answer. So if Daf knows the ultimate situations of both themselves and Vero, I would call for both of the ult usage this time.
And back on Jungle Queen. By 3K. Slowly back onto the point. Vero in a better position.
First. Cloud very low and down, and there is that blade to finish off. I don't think Vero has anything to answer that. And KSG very lonely on that point. Kuki is down, KSG is down. That is going to be point for Daf, and I think that is going to be map for Daf as well.
Yeah, the moment you flip, there's no one from Vero coming even near the point, and that's a 3-0 victory for Vero on Flashpoint. A big upset, I would say.
Yeah, Daf takes that map, and it is match point for Daf. We did not see this coming into this match, Cliff.
And also, I'm quite surprised that Mihawk was on Ana forever, even fighting against the comp that you are weakest against. I wonder what the deal was. Maybe they just had they were just not coordinated. They had to talk about so many things that were going wrong within the team that they just did not really have the time to really change the team comp much.
I think it might also be some sort of hero pool issue, because remember when Mihawk was coming into the flex support, he is predominantly, yes, he is a flex, but he is mainly a hit scan. And usually when hit scans come into the roster as a support, they usually play the Illari or the Ana. Maybe the Zenyatta, but the Zenyatta has even more problems against that dive composition with the Doomfist. So I guess maybe Mihawk was not so as comfortable with the other flex supports, or maybe the even main supports that the team needed. However, yeah, so and also I think Vero kind of believed in the value of the Nano probably, but in the end it wasn't the
even with
choice.
even with the Nano, I think they were lacking those heroes to clutch it up with the Nano to turn the team fight around. Like Nano Blade with a Blade or some other DPS could have worked, but Nano with a Bastion, it's sometimes not enough. And Nano, so I think they were lacking in team comp, and also might be bringing Mint. That Mint is supposed to be the Lucio player for Vero, so we might have some roster being changed after the break. And talking about the break, we'll actually take a quick one. When we come back, we'll have that map number for you guys. And welcome back, everyone. We are waiting for that match number map number 4. Getting ahead of myself. We were just talking a little bit during the break as what happened to Vero, as they were really thinking a lot about the team comp, as there was a lot of mismatch, I think, in how. So exactly the attacking point of DAF was the weakness of Vero, and it did not change throughout the entire flashpoint. That's why it actually, compared to what we expected, at least few points being taken by each side, it was actually a 3-0 because DAF with the Doomfist, I think, had a really crucial idea. It worked perfectly, and then there was clearly, I think, a weak link in Vero's composition there.
Yeah, so I don't want to point fingers at individual players, but I think it was more of a team composition issue, like you said, G-Clef. I think the Ana was not working at all. Maybe if you're against the Doomfist, if you're able to land your sleep darts on every Doomfist jump,
It's hard on Doomfist.
Yeah, and then also you didn't get a lot of value on the anti-need as well, so maybe that's a little bit, I guess, of a mismatch on the side of DAF. And I think being a DPS player in nature, I think when you go to the flex support, you don't have a lot of yes, you do play support in ranked, but I think apart from the Illari and Ana, sometimes you're just not comfortable enough to put them on an official match like this. But yeah, I would definitely see, I can definitely see maybe if they want to keep Mihawk on the support line. Colosseo does make sense because it has a long straight corridor, so it does make a little bit of sense because there's more distance and it's open for a little bit of double flex support play. But yeah, so Colosseo makes a little bit of sense, but I'm very interesting to see whether DAF knows that Mihawk is still in the roster. Maybe they want to go with the Doomfist yet again, but no, they at least for the time being, they are hovering the Sigma.
Yeah, Miracom, except for the tanks, Orisa Sigma differences there. As the production was highlighting to all of you guys to stay hydrated.
Really?
Yes, that was the camera shot.
Well, the jump over there was not high enough, however. Looks like you said, G-Clef, only the tank will be the difference here. I personally think that Orisa might be a little bit better in this matchup because you're not going to be able to cover all angles of DAF's Veryl's DPS lineup. However, right now DAF is feeling very confident because they are at match point. We'll see how it goes. Cloud taking down Pally. That's a good sign for Veryl. So maybe they will use this opportunity to push, and there you go. Nico takes down High Vision. High Vision, a big part of DAF's win plan. So DAF has to back off, and initial push on the side of Veryl.
Yep, some great play starting from Cloud, and also some good coverage coming from Mihawk, as we have seen. Another kill from Kyuki, actually long distance. I think R3K is just feeling slightly more comfortable on Sigma compared to Orisa. I can kind of sense that in terms of team comp.
I understand because R3K is traditionally an all-tank player. Mostly, I mean, these days, all tank player kind of play all kinds of tanks, but there has been, probably would have a lot more playtime on off tanks like the Sigma. But looking at the current moment right now, because Veryl had so many stagger kills, Veryl is already almost on that uphill battle to cap the point, contest for the point here. Oh, that Captain's Son denied by R3K. Nice by R3K, but still they need a little bit more than that in order to push Veryl out and match that push. It looks like Nico is taking down iVision, Pally taking down KSG, so trade kills all around.
Yeah, but the fight's still happening on top and the bottom of the bridge. And the moment it seemed
Nico's
like DAF
committing with that visor.
Oh, that
takes
was close.
Ace down, but was it worth it? Because it was already a winning fight for DAF, and DAF is taking...
I think Nico wanted to stretch things a little bit. It was close. It was able to get a few kills, but against the 4, it seemed like an impossible mission to finish by himself alone. Of course, we have seen some great moments from both players of Soldiers, but at that moment, sometimes you just go with the flow, you just press that Q button. Let's see
This
how
may
if it
actually
was worth it.
snowball so hard
Uh-huh.
because Daph has 5 ultimates and Varel only has 2. Maybe, yes, Varel has the Turret Surge and the Molten Core. However, they can match or even use one more. Even so, Daph can afford to use 3 ultimates to win this fight. No, they might even not even to use that because Cloud has fallen, Nico has fallen, so they don't even. So yes, the High Vision uses.
DAF only using 2 actually Vision, all the way up. Here's Eye Vision.
So only the Visor and the Captive Sun used on the side of Daph. So yes, Varel is sorely going to miss that tactical Visor that Nico had.
Let's make our stand.
Yeah, you could have matched it, but I think Varel's willing to take this as about 20 meters away in terms of distance.
No, but
That's still
yeah,
a
but if
push.
you look at it, Puto is starting his aggression here, being matched with a.
Okay, Molten Core is able to grab a few more kills, continuing the push. Actually, might be able to get a point.
So
Okay.
Daph taking the lead here. Varel used 2 ults, but to no profit at all. I think the only ult used by Daph was the Amplification Matrix. And yes, Daph does not want to risk any more deaths and give up the lead again, so they retreat so that they can have fight on neutral territory.
So going back into the middle now. It's being contested. Right in the middle, Q-Loud Mihawk support's ready to go, but Ace.
The Captive Sun comes for Cloud, but who is going to be the victim? I don't think that hit a lot of members and not a lot of follow-up damage here. Mihawk also using the ultimates. As long as Dav can survive here, they will be having the upper hand. Yes, there is that multi-core. There is that Gravitic Flux. Trading 2 ults with 2, and Dav takes the winning. Dav takes the win. So it's once again a profit for Dav Esport.
Yeah, big profit as that Sigma was able to grab the remaining members of Varel. And still having some good ult management, still having that both of the support line available, the Matrix and also the Captive Sun for DAF. Now that the factor is High Vision's Visor is actually coming up real soon. So when they actually go for the bridge push, once High Vision can actually have the side angle available, it could be the big moment.
Oputo taking down, that's good news for Varel, but Cloud is also gone as well. So Dav, as soon as they find that they're at 4v4, they start the aggression. Pally is trying his best to keep R3K alive, however, to no avail. And Varel able to take down the entirety of Dav and is trying to go to take that lead back.
Yeah, not just the ult usage from DAF, but on top of that, Varel I think just had really better positioning and better shots from that fight. Nico, of course, grabbing a kill onto High Vision was a great start, and also Kyuki landing some long distance shots. And as these neutral fights, sometimes it goes. I think it's slightly going more towards Varel, unless there are ult advantage for DAF right now.
The momentum is definitely there for Varel, unless High Vision can make a very High Vision. Yes, he. Okay.
Oh, those trackings are awesome. Look, he can chase down the opponent and grab the kill. Okay, say hello to your nightmare.
Oh my God, High Vision is
Pally
doing
stole the kill.
God's work here. Yes, Pally did steal the kill, but the important thing is that Dav has won with just 2 ultimates. I did not see the Amplification Matrix coming in, but winning with 2 ults is actually pretty okay. Maybe, yes, Varel will have 4 ults online, but the important thing is that Dav will be able to cap that point.
Yeah, look now, High Vision now coming all the way from the side. But 4 ults available for Varel. How many are they willing to spend? R3K early on.
Early on takes down KSG. That means they can get a little bit more mileage on that payload. This is like I said on the previous match, G-Clef, capping that point is going to be very, very, very important.
Yeah, that's why Varel is actually keeping all 5 ultimates, waiting for that time to burn out. And then, okay, there's a first flux. And catching one. And there's
yes,
Molten Core.
they're using 3 ultimates. Yes, Daft may fall, but Daft can lose with smiles on their faces because they know that they already capped the point.
Go from the back.
They got what they came for, but Pally, is that really worth it though? They do take out Mihawk, but it doesn't really matter because the fight is already lost.
2:22 left, but that might have been a fat finger, but it's hard where you already had your teammates falling down to the ground.
Yeah,
Maybe trusting into High Vision. Okay, High Vision, Nico 1-1.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
I like this 1v1. I would like to keep on watching it.
Well, High Vision has...
Stop helping the teammate. Let's make it 1-1.
High Vision has the tactical visor, and Barrel has the support ults online. So 2 ultimates on each side. Apudo is using the window first to zone out Barrel. They know that as long as they burn out time, they will be at the advantage. High Vision taking down Nico and not taken down by Cloud's Captain Sun. High Vision, how is he making these plays happen?
And still running away without a death. And rotates quickly back to his teammate's side. Too Loud right next to him. Finds himself in trouble, but actually escapes without losing life.
Yeah, it's actually Mihawk who's going to fall, and well, High Vision probably gets taken down by his own rocket. But still, it's a numbers advantage for the side of Daft right now. And R3K has the Gravitic Flux, and there's no ultimate answer. Maybe Nico can have that tactical visor in time. They desperately need that to home it.
30 meters apart as Feral needs a gigantic push in the remaining 45 seconds.
Remember, even if Barrel caps the point, they need to wait 8 seconds for the bot to move again, and there's only 38 seconds!
So they basically need to stick to the bot and never move around. As here comes the push from Vero at least! And one more comp from R3K!
The Nico had the tactical visor on, but it's denied by R3K!
Oh, and that, this might just be it with 20 seconds. Ace grabbing the final kill here.
Daft does not need to push because they know that they don't want to even...
Of course.
Yeah, because they don't want Varel to be... They don't want the bot to be near Varel because if they push, they can trigger... They can give Varel an opportunity to trigger overtime. Can Nico be able to touch? I think he can.
He can touch. And with the help of KSG joining as Doomfist plus Echo in the air from Kyuki. Okay, do they have the right team comp? Can they have the right output to push the robot all the way to 90 meters in overtime?
But Apudo has the window. They want to zone.
Oh,
they have the tool. Oh, Pally's down. High Vision's down. This might be it. They have the tools to contest, but Varel still has to win at least one more fight because after Varel caps that point, they still have to wait 8 seconds.
Okay, that did work very well and cleanly for Vero after changing the team comp, and on top of that, they were able to grab a lot of those ultimate charges up to almost 80% for 2 more on top of supports.
Vero might actually be able to do it. There is the cap.
They got the free time here.
They need to wait a few seconds. Oh, Pally is down. This buys Vero time for that extra push. There's only a few meters left. It's almost 20 meters now.
Less than 20 meters. As Daft still needs teammates. They do need the support teammates to come back up, giving no time.
Daft is zoned out.
PSG going for it. They're still being pushed 6 meters away, and no one to actually go into that zone.
3 meters. Okay, the touch is there. This is going to be the final fight for either team.
Okay, Ace is down.
Ace down.
The push is there.
Health bar is low on the side of Daft.
Green was there, but no one else being contested.
Oh my god.
0.4 meters away.
Vero actually did it. We're going to map 5.
For the first time of the tournament, after having that team comp change from 0 to 90 minutes without a single team fight loss.
Wow, the adrenaline is still in my veins. Wow. Yes, this was by no means a perfect victory, but Varel, I have to praise them for their mental fortitude here. This map was almost gone. They had, because at 38 seconds left, they had no ultimates. The opponent had amplification matrix, and they didn't even cap. So they had to win a fight, cap, wait 8 seconds, win another fight, and Cap, and they actually did all that they needed.
I think Varo also realized after the first cap where I don't exactly recall who got the kill on Pali, but the moment you saw that fall. That was a moment where DAF also said, we
Yeah.
are in trouble. I thought we had enough time, but I guess we'll be running out. And at that moment, Genji just had to run touch. Jungle Queen barely had any HP left by the time, was nearby the bot, and then that was just it. And sometimes these miracle pushes actually work.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
wow. So I guess there is a reason why Varel chose Colosseo, and wow, we are going for the first time Escort.
Escort it is, and I wonder which map. I would like to see some old maps like 66 or
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't, because we don't have any data at all, because we haven't seen any Escort maps from any of these teams. So I don't know what the preferences may be, but I think DAF, if they want to keep using the Doomfist, maybe 66 is viable. My guess would be Dorado, though.
Dorado. Well, we'll have that answer for you when we come back from the break. We have to take a short break. Let's cool down a little bit. Get ready for that number 5 map. And here comes map number 5 between the two teams. Vero, DAF. It just has to come down all the way now. Slightly more momentum for Vero, as that was a near impossible push.
Yeah.
90 straight meters without losing a team fight. I don't think they lost too many members in those 2-3 team fights.
Yeah, I believe
Maybe one or
maybe
two.
one or two.
but it did not affect the outcome of the fights. And we looked back a little bit on the replays, and it was actually Mihawk who took down Pally. That was one of the most important kills of that map. And man, I am still not cooled down from that. My heart is still beating from that.
Yeah, the adrenaline is running crazy. I know the longer stream, you guys love it. You guys love to have more games, more game time. Better for us too, because we would like to see a lot more game played too. Because we have such a big map pool too, and we would like to see more games. Which type of game con, what type of roster they're actually going to be using for each map and each map that we have here. As this is a gigantic map pool. Come to think of it, again and again. I think we actually have 4 more.
We have
to
Dorado, we have 66,
In
we
terms
have
of number?
Shambali, we have Circuit Royale. So I was looking at, I was looking at my
The
notes
cheat
here.
sheet. The cheat sheet, just in case we forget the map pool, because we do have a lot of maps to remember all the time.
Hey,
so
my memorizing abilities
I
have
would like to see some
backfire.
yeah,
I took a back step since I graduated school. So
Okay.
yeah,
Would like to see some Dorado, some more action.
I think Dorado makes sense.
Going back to some classic maps.
I think Dorado makes sense because it's going to be Daph's pick. Daph has Dorado is a map where you can play both the Diva, sometimes the Sigma as well, and also the Doomfist. I think the Doomfist really worked well for the side of Daph. Also, you can use the Echo for Ace. And also some hit scan for High Vision, maybe even the Widow or the Ash. So I think it makes a lot of sense to go to Dorado, but at the same time, if you put it in that way, maybe Route 66 kind of also makes sense. I think it really depends on what Daph thinks that will be more trickier for Varel rather than what works better for them.
And I would like to see some more
Circuit
Royale.
Okay, so they definitely want to play more Sigma. That's my take.
Sigma with some escort push, or as well as we have Bastion. I was slightly more thinking about some potential with Reinhardt on like Route 66 or some other maps, but it looks like it is Circuit Royale indeed. And
so come to think of it, Circuit Royale makes a lot of sense because R3K, I believe they're going to go with R3K here. They can use the Sigma. High Vision can go with the Widow duel, because remember, if we remember Ilios, yes, Varel did win, but just in terms of the Widow duel, High Vision had the upper hand, so maybe they want to challenge Varel into that as well. I think it makes sense, but it's really dependent on, at this point of the game, it's more like, hey, are you composed enough? Hey, do you have what it takes to clinch? Do you have what it takes to clutch?
Those are going to be the questions that we'll get answers real soon. As Mihawk on Widow, just for the start, and we do have Plankton coming in instead of KSG.
Yeah, so this makes a lot of sense again, because everyone knows by now that Circuit Royale is a Sigma map. So, if there's one Sigma player, if there's a Sigma one-trick on your team, this is the map that you want. I'm not saying that Plankton is a Sigma one-trick. He has a variety of hero pools, including a lot of off-tank, traditional off-tank heroes. But, yes, it definitely makes sense because Sigma, why not go Sigma if Sigma's so good in this map?
And on top of that, Mitt came back as support, as you can see with the Widow. Mihawk ready to go. Zoomed up, max powered. Misses those first shots.
So it definitely makes sense, and what I really want to point out is the Zen pick here. I think Varel will be having an easier time taking down R3K Sigma because of the...
Mihawk.
But Pally also has the... Okay.
I guess you can also snipe with Zenyatta. It's also possible. If you can land that projectile from all the way back.
Pally being punished by Plankton. So it's a 4v4 at the current moment, but Mihawk will be there faster, and also she can shoot from range. So it's going to be a little bit
on the favor of Varel until Pally gets back.
Slightly more time needed. Both Widows trying to open up any angle. One kill, or even not just a kill, a body shot. Putting enough damage into one should be enough.
Yeah, the sniper duel is going to be very, very important here because one kill, one crack is going to be able to open up the entire attack. But there's a trade. Nico takes... Okay, Ace is also down, so this is going to be a win for Varel. R3K? Well, never mind.
High vision.
I spoke a little bit too soon.
The moment you always say that, you have to keep in mind if R3K and High Vision, if those two are alive, they can turn things around pretty easily. But eventually they do go down against Nico. Another Sojourn who's having a pretty good day so far.
Plankton, who did you try to use that verdict flux on?
Don't exactly know.
So, well,
on SpongeBob, that's what I can come up with. That's how
Well,
that's how my brain works. Okay.
in the end, Varel and Daft both don't have the gravitic flux. So Cloud with that, Cloud can use that transcendence a little bit more easily now. They don't have to counter the gravitic flux on both sides, which is kind of interesting.
No one can hide.
Cloud taken down. So this is
on.
So this is a little bit of angle opened, and Plankton is also taken down. So this might be Daft's opportunity to cap point A.
Yeah, the moment you see Paraslight up front, and R3K helping out with the damage and free push. From now on, DAF still having full pressure. Trying to go for second point already.
Okay, Varel has 3 ultimates, and Daft has 2. One is going to be used defensively. Well, I mean, Mihawk's Infrastrate is not... Well, yes, it's a valuable ult, but it's not something that does damage or is of much effect. But, okay, maybe I think Varel can pull the trigger with the overclock first because they know... Oh, never mind, because Aces now, they don't need the ultimate.
As they might just be pushed all the way from Plankton. Pressuring the front line.
Good immortality field to keep R3K alive. High Vision is actually going to be the one who is going to pull the trigger with the overclock. Both transcendences used, so a lot of on both sides. But good gravitic plus mine was not able to finish the second part because Cloud took R3K down, but Pally is doing the revenge. He is on a killing streak right now. He is a monk, thirsty for blood. Now it is time for Plankton to use the gravitic flux. Takes down a few members.
What in the world? These supports are having about 7 kills in that team fight. In total, High Vision is still alive.
High Vision is still alive, but I don't think there is any momentum for Daft to keep on pushing the card, so they have to reset. No, wow, look how close this fight was because nobody has ults.
Yeah, they ended up using everything whenever it was ready. You could see those fluxes being used and with Matrix up on the same angle. Trying to match the opponent's power level. As let's see slightly better numbers. Just a little bit for Varel because Mihawk has an Infrasight, but it's not really the most damaging one. Oh, as Mihawk strikes back.
Hey, who needs Infrastrate if
Genji
he can just
dead.
click heads?
No, that's right. You need to have the clear sight of view to have that headshot.
I
Okay,
think
slightly more push for DAF, but Plankton needs to be touching.
the ult economy is going to be very important from this point on because it is 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. If Daft is able to keep all their ultimates and use all of them just for the second point push, they would be able to make this. However, Varel does have the Transcendence, and they will be having both support ultimates online, but Cloud uses his ultimate. Yes, Daft can lose it. Oh wait, Pally actually decides to commit and takes down his Zenyatta counterpart, but Nico takes down
What's
Pally.
happening here?
Plankton also takes down Naputo, so no ultimates for Daft, and a little more delay for more staggers here. So this might be final fight territory for Daft's defense here.
Yeah, Plankton actually grabbing the remaining kills. Okay, as they were trapped in that small zone at least. So I thought the AF actually had a chance there to push it all the way to second point.
But hear me out.
But did they go a little bit too far?
No, but look at this.
Okay.
Cloud doesn't have Transcendence. Ace
he
has
pushed
Dragon Blade. What are you going to counter Dragon Blade with?
Headshot. if you can
Correct
get lucky.
answer. There's that.
Okay, there's that late sound. Deflected, and then
Doesn't make any direct kills, but does enough damage to
High
keep
Vision
pressure
does a lot of
on
damage
the
on the
point.
other side. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so this is going to be point B cap for Def. Yes, they used both DPS ultimates, but ultimately it was worth it.
Okay.
And I think it was. I think, but for some reason, I don't know how or why Cloud's Transcendence was used, but baiting that Transcendence out was very, very crucial in Daf's in Daf use capping that point B.
You can move faster. That's sometimes what you need. Or maybe he was thinking about like saving his teammate who was already dead. So that timing was really bad, I do have to say. But you have to be careful of those Blade and High Vision's overclock. Their percentages are coming back at the same time. So here's Flux from Plankton.
Flux. Aren't they taking down?
Oh wait!
So
Barrel!
that's gonna be Flux. That's gonna be Flux denied from the side of Daf. Yes, they have 40 seconds left. So
But the payload is keeping push.
the payload. Okay.
Oh man, they do have to keep that checked.
I remember an Overwatch League match where Panthera just gave up like 30 seconds on the free payload. Like, fortunately for this one, this is not the case here.
Hawk. I remember Team South Korea with 0.07 on this map, I think.
Oh, 20 seconds. Somebody needs to touch, but does anyone has enough speed?
Okay, early Matrix up. Flux used by R3X.
Okay, Ace actually makes the touch happen, and High Vision takes down Mihawk. So Daf may be able to make
High
this happen.
Vision?
Yes, Cloud does use the
Transcendence just for the extra push. Can Vero come? Touch in time. All four of them actually pushing. They need to come in time. Okay, there's Genji.
Mihawk Genji, but it costs his life for it. Nico on the chaser, maybe for the desperation touch.
Oh, way too many kills happening. Vero, I don't think they can do it anymore. Nico is nearby. Tracer, the only one touching with very low HP.
And it's going to be the full push. Dev, what a push! I thought they might have been just stopped on point B, but in the end, they make the full cap happen. Yes, it is overtime. However, they make all three happen. And they have a win condition on their side right now.
What a crazy performance by DAF once again. We did get to see a lot of Blade action in our screen. And on top of that, High Vision, those two DPSs just pairing up perfectly. One being the greatest distraction for the opponent, and High Vision, when there is that big distraction for the opponent, it is such an easier time for you to just do free damage from long distance.
Yeah, I think, yes, I'm not trying to disrespect any of the teams here, but I think the nature of it being map 5 kind of also has like some sort of mental fatigue on both teams, so both teams are having a little bit of some mistakes here and there, and also the opponents are taking advantage of each team's mistakes. So like this is an action-packed map right now. I don't know, like usually Circuit Royale isn't this chaotic. However, it is fun to see in the eye, and it's very exciting to see.
Right?
Especially in such a big tournament against such a big team. A single match, 5 maps, can drain your stamina. It's close to playing about 8-9 games in a row without stopping, I would say, in terms of competitive games.
Especially if there's a lot of at stake and you have a lot of people watching. That's a lot of pressure on you. But coming back to the match, it is going to be the same composition for the Vero offense. And once again, we have to look at how the sniper duel goes.
Mihawk, Ace, Widow duel, plus Q Loud and Pali. There's Zenyatta duels too. And the Sigmas, of course.
Alright.
Having fun.
Not a lot of differences. Not a lot going on, but Cloud takes out Pally. So that's going to be a lot
less. Ace getting the headshot on Nico though. A big trade on the DPS.
Good immortality field to save Ace here.
And they can certainly have some. I thought they were going to have some more push, but going to
Ace needs some
waiting.
healing. High Vision needs also healing. R3K needs healing as well. Oh, never mind. Everyone's gonna die. And Beryl will be able to
I
finally
need
get some
healing.
progress here.
You can spam all you want, but you won't be getting the heals when you don't have your supports next to you.
There is a very sliver difference between R3K and Plankton on that Gravitic Flux. If R3K is able to farm that Gravitic Flux earlier, they might actually have a chance to defend and stall Beryl on their point 8 push.
And also Matrix available from Mint. If that is used earlier on, they might be putting out some more earlier kills. There it is. Early window up. R3K actually going slightly back. Moving that line all the way back.
Yeah,
here.
this is great because R3K knows that only he has the Gravitic Flux, but it doesn't lead into any kills. So now it's going to be Plankton's turn.
Oh, grabbing a good target on the back.
Good immortality field, and that makes it so Plankton is the one to fall, not the supports. And it is Staff's turn to take revenge here.
Side on. We have extra vision. Stop this payload from reaching. Now 1 and 44 remains for Beryl to push all the way to finish.
Remember, as long as Beryl doesn't get sniped out by Ace or High Vision here, they will be on an advantage for a little while because Cloud is the only one with the Transcendence here. Yes, there is that Transcendence with the extra sustain. However, Pally will be having his own. But he is a little bit too late to save Oputo, so Oputo falls, Cloud falls as well, so it's a 4v4. Nico falls. I think Beryl has to reset again.
Reset, and it'll be about the final push. About a minute left now. RDK just doing the cleanup duty along with Ace High Vision, and they
Less
are
than
on
1 minute now.
They're on fire, but not too many ults going to be ready. Only R3K's Gravitic Flux. As the closest one I see from Beryl will be the Matrix available from Mint.
Yeah, the Infrasight is going to be there, but like you previously mentioned, Jacob, this is not something like this is a utility ult.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for Mihawk. Has to open up with a headshot. Will be the best. That's exactly why you play that Widow. 30 seconds. Can you pull it off?
R3K has that Gravitic Flux. Remember, Cloud does not have that Transcendence for. Oh, R3K! Oh, they need to save R3K. Yes, R3K. That's nice.
There's that Matrix
Immortality
early on.
There's gonna be the Gravitic
Only
Flux.
catching Sigma though. Oh, but Nico getting multiple kills.
Mihawk
with headshot. Oh, but all the DPS dead. High Vision. Can you put out the miracle? No, he cannot. And that will be Beryl, who had close to no time to push for the first checkpoint, will be able to grab at least one, but still the push has to continue.
Yeah, so it's only going to be point A for the side of Beryl. But remember, R3K used his Gravitic Flux, and Pally still does not have the Transcendence online. So it's actually going to be Plankton's turn to use the Gravitic Flux and pressure Dav. And if they can get if they can win one fight with the Gravitic Flux and maybe win another sniper duel, this may be easy point B.
Oh man, this is happening again. Beryl having one miracle push. Let's see if it happens.
So no
Ace.
casualties on.
Some trading kills. Mihawk, another headshot of the Widow. Mihawk's on fire.
But High Vision is answering.
Who's gonna win that duel?
So no Plankton, but R3K is alive, so he will be High Vision will be having that barrier advantage. Yes, Mihawk will fall. Beryl has to reset, but they still have 1 minute and a half on the line.
Some more time, but it's not much because they still have to push towards the uphill, and lots of teams can actually have trouble coming all the way up here, as you do have better high ground from the defending side. That is going to be DAF. Beryl climbing up slowly now. Oh, changing up to Hanzo.
Beryl has to make something special happen here, because if you look at the ultimates here, Pally has that Transcendence. Cloud is also getting his Transcendence really quickly. However, the High Vision with that
Overclock ready for both. Nico coming online soon. 2% off. So Nico, Overclock. Let's see who wins from Sojourn Banner. Nico immediately brought down.
That is going to be
trouble.
That is going to be the Overclock denied for the side of Beryl. 48 seconds. Pally falls.
Plankton, High Vision still alive.
By High Vision is doing all the damage in the world.
The Barrel, they used all the ultimates. They just lost the fight.
No healing for Plankton. They have to reset and they have to do
33
it quick.
seconds. This is going to be incredibly hard. No ultimates available. Only maybe Flux. Less than 25 seconds. There's Pulse Bomb plus the Transcendence from DAF.
Yeah, Plankton will be having that Gravitic Flux really quick, but Pally can counter that with the Transcendence. The best scenario is that Pally is taken down by a snipe by Varel.
Early
But can
block.
Varel make it that happen?
Oh man, this Tracer is harassing so much from the back line. High Vision already got Hanzo down.
Transcendence there to counter the Gravitic Flux. There was no touch!
They were missing away from the payload.
Oh my goodness.
Sigma bringing their opponent up, then DAF will be the winner of this quite a long series that brought us all the way to map number 5. Varel loses a match already.
Wow, I did not wake up to expect that Varel would be losing this match today, but full credit to DAF. They looked very shaky against NGUK, so that kind of even fortified my thoughts about, hey, I think that Varel is going to make it because DAF looks really rusty today. But DAF made the miracle happen, but not just a miracle by luck, but they made it on their own merit. I just
right
can't even
before
pull
that-
in words. They did all that they needed to win.
I don't know, right before that in map 4, Miracle actually worked for Varel. They had the amazing push on Colosseo. Now coming into Circuit Royale, DAF, they were just on a roll. Especially, I have to be assuming that player of the game will be High Vision again. There was some great
definitely think
moments
so.
from a lot. Even the Zenyatta battle was pretty insane. We could see the frustration and the desperation coming out from Varel even after the switching into heroes like Hanzo. But still, DAF coming up with a Tracer at the end, having that Pulse Bomb, harassing from the back line, which was never done before. So you could see a lot of the members of Varel just having a lot of hard time focusing into the side, saying, okay, do we deal with the Tracer first or the Sigma up front, because the Flux was just used, which was the final battle. And it did work a lot more towards DAF.
And your man of the player of the match is going to be none other than High Vision. High Vision has been very, very impressive on all sorts of heroes. We already saw the Tracer, we already saw the Torbjorn, we already saw the Soldier 76, and wow, what a performance from this monster player here.
Beautiful tracking.
Also the Sojourn. So how many heroes is that? 4? 5? I tracked 4.
Just tap and kill. That's all you need. And the visor from on top. Even without the visor, he makes it look like he's always having that ultimate on because the tracking is so good.
Well, like the thing is, remember what I mentioned about High Vision is that his greatest value in this match was that he turned around fights that DAF should be losing, because DAF was like sometimes on a ultimate disadvantage, but still, with pure mechanics, he made the turnaround happen, and he fully deserves that player of the match on a banger series.
Certainly the MVP of the team. As DAF came back big, even against NGUK. Yeah, ever since High Vision came into the roster, they just streamrolled. So 3-1, 3-0, 3-1, and a 3-2. Finally, we've had quite a longer of a series, which I loved so much. This winner was, I have to say, certainly so far, only 2 days, but has to be the best match so far in APAC Ball series.
I mean, remember, this was the matchup. This was the grand final matchup for Contenders APAC Summer Series, and it lived up to its name. It was really a great match. Yes, there were some sloppy mistakes on both sides here and there, and at map 5,
both teams looked like they were experiencing a little bit of mental fatigue. However, it is no doubt that there were super plays coming here and there on both sides, and Daf able to come on top. Varel, still, I want to give props to Varel because they did put up a good fight, and their run is not over yet. They lost and they're falling to the lower bracket. However, they still have a chance of revenge by going through a lower bracket run. And I'll be very, very honest here. And the teams that in the lower bracket, I don't think that there will be any teams that will be able to match Varel's level of prowess.
That can totally be coming true in the next week, but you never know. A lot of these teams in the lower bracket, I think they have some extra time to practice because we actually have about 9 days or up to 10 days until we get to go into that third day of APAC Fall Series. So it depends how they use the time to study to practice what they actually have the opponents. And this will be the schedule for in 9 days actually. 6 Below versus Invincible. Man, those teams are going to be having a very rough fight, I can tell. As Fade versus NGUK, that's another one that I'm really interested to see. And I would love to see a lot of the support and the DPS fight from those rosters. And another match will be Heaven Sent versus DAF. We're having the winners finals already?
Yeah, I did not know that. I thought there was going to be a little bit more time for the winners finals. However, it is still exciting to see. And although we will not be casting those matches, I think it's going to be either Possible or Lafon, or a Possible Lafon duo, or Opar Papadaka. But those, I have 100% faith that they will do these match justice.
120%, they're going to be bringing hype and analysis and everything for APAC Fall Series. As it's going to be some really cool matchup there as we just went through the first 2 days. Already way too much Contenders action. Top level notch, especially the winner matches has been incredibly fun. Yesterday it was a 3-0, so we didn't get to see as much, but I'm just happy that we got to see that Escort.
Yeah, Escort is pretty fun as it seems.
My heart almost dropped when Beryl did not make it at the end.
Yeah,
I thought it was almost possible too because they just had the miracle push from map number 4, and then maybe it's
I'll be 100%
again.
honest with you. I thought that fight was going on the way of NGK anyways because they had that transcendence advantage.
DAF.
Yeah, DAF had that transcendence. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place right now. But yeah, so that C9 really hurt.
Yeah, sometimes at that moment, because you're all over the place, and also I think the Flux actually kept one up in the air so it doesn't touch.
Yeah,
I think that could have been the moment. As did have Hanzo, of course, you can climb from the side and touch the payload, but moment you climb up,
hey,
you're
but you know that
to all the damage and all the things were happening on the same side, so you can't really you can't really do all the things all together. But what a match! What a winners match, especially of the night. I hope you guys enjoyed it
because
at
we
the same
did.
time. We did. We brought the intensity. We have the energy. We had coffee. But this match, I certainly felt like I needed some energy drink for it. And too bad I didn't have that energy drink. But still, it was an incredible match. I would love to see because they might actually be going against each other once again because it's double elimination. It is always possible.
Yeah, so what happens is that if Daf loses to Heaven Sent and Varel wins all the way on the lower bracket, then they probably will have a rematch on the loser finals. I don't know if that's going to be the case because there's so many possibilities open for all the teams on the bracket right now because we don't have any teams eliminated so far. So we'll have to kind of see a little bit on that. But if that rematch happens, it's definitely going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun. Even if the DAF goes straight to the grand finals, Heaven Sent coming down to the lower bracket would be another incredible match.
Exactly.
I like it. Actually, every single one of those actually feels like a grand final to me in terms of matchup. I would just love to see any because it has to happen eventually, right?
Yeah, because like Heaven Sent, Varel, and Dav, like I wouldn't be surprised if any of those three teams would be eventually winning the entire season. So every match between these two teams would definitely look like a grand finals to me. And also some of the other teams that just kind of were a little bit short in the earlier matches, but they have a lot of time and potential. The skill is there. So like even today, we both thought that Varel would have the upper hand and Daf won. Why? There's no guarantee that it won't. That upsets like these won't happen on the other side of the bracket as well.
Certainly, it can totally be possible, as we've seen some flipping sides, especially on the Flashpoint map number 3, because we have that as map number 3. Loving it so far, as we get to see that. Even if it's a 3-0, we have to see the map. It's only 2 new junk and also Suravasa, but certainly I've been loving it a lot. Showing some different moves, cool team comps coming out from. And I think the most enjoyable part that I actually want to take from today is actually some Doomfist. And coming up with a win with some potential dive with instead of Winston, the old-fashioned, it's actually the Doomfist with the faster, quicker damage along with the top, providing some CC on top of that too. So it actually worked really well for some of the teams. And I'm pretty amazed that actually can be done in Contenders level.
Yeah, so like you said, G-Clef, Doomfist has already been used in the Overwatch League level. The only tank that I think that has featured in Overwatch League for this patch and not on Contenders is the Wrecking Ball, if I'm not mistaken. Did Wrecking Ball feature in Contenders right now?
For us, yeah, we did have a few Wrecking Balls.
Not for just the last minute touch. Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah,
on
we
Busan.
did. Yeah, we did from
on
the
Busan.
start.
Yeah, so
on Ilios.
Yeah, so it's proven that all the tanks from the Overwatch League level is
And also
viable.
Busan, yes.
Yeah, in Contenders. So
We had
yeah,
a lot of games today. I can give you that. It's okay. And by the way, starting from next week, actually, we'll be going on. We'll be on the different patch too, right?
yeah.
I believe
Starting
so.
from the 18th. We will be having a new patch, so not a lot of major changes, but there will be changes on a little bit of
Zarya.
Ash. I'm sorry.
Some Zarya.
Yeah, Zarya patches as well.
Of
Good
course,
mention.
you can't forget about Zarya.
Yeah, and there's some nerfs to Torbjorn and all that, so it'll be an exciting patch.
Yeah, and of course, we can talk more things about Overwatch 2 all night long. But that's gonna do it for APAC Fall Series Day number 2. Guys, come back next time for more APAC Fall Series. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time.
Welcome.